Chapter 1: The Hum. The basement of St. Jude's Regional Hospital had its own particular scent. It was a sterile trinity of industrial floor cleaner, ozone from the humming electronics, and something older, a faint mineral dust that seemed to rise from the concrete foundation itself. Joyce Gable breathed it in, the familiar air of her 30-year career. It was the smell of the night shift, of quiet competence, of being the sole sovereign of the hospital's loudest, most powerful machine. Her domain was the MRI control room, a small aquarium of beige consoles and glowing monitors set behind a large pane of reinforced glass. Beyond the glass lay the machine room, dominated by the hulking white donut of the General Electric SIGNA Pioneer. Its powerful magnetic heart was always on, generating a silence that was not an absence of sound, but a presence. A deep, subaudible pressure you registered in your sinuses and the fine bones of your inner ear. Joyce performed her nightly ritual. She wiped down the console with a sanitizing cloth, the smooth plastic cool beneath her fingers. She adjusted the worn cushion on her ergonomic chair, a creature comfort unsanctioned by hospital administration but essential for surviving until dawn. Her coffee maker, a small black machine tucked into a corner, gurgled as it brewed a fresh pot. The coffee was her own blend, dark and potent. The swill they provided in the staff room tasted like burnt plastic and despair. A soft chime from her desktop announced an incoming message. She clicked the icon. A new order from the ER. Male 82. Name Albert Finch. Reason for scan, query cerebral infarction, rule out hemorrhage. Patient history noted dementia, recent fall. Joyce sighed softly. Dementia cases were always difficult. The tight, thundering tube was a terrifying place for a lucid mind, let alone one already adrift in confusion. This would be a long night. She finished her preparations, lining up the scan protocols on her primary monitor. The screen was a mosaic of anatomical cross-sections, a library of past patients reduced to grayscale images. She took a sip of her coffee, the bitter heat a welcome shock. The solitude of the control room was her shield. Here, she was in absolute control. The machine did what she commanded. The patients, sealed inside the bore, followed her instructions broadcast over the intercom. It was an orderly, predictable world. The quiet was broken by the squeak of rubber soles on the polished linoleum floor of the hallway. A moment later, a large figure filled the doorway. "Smells like real coffee in here," Marcus Cole said. His security guard uniform was neatly pressed, but his tie was loose around his thick neck. A half-finished crossword puzzle peeked from his breast pocket. "Must be a Tuesday." "It's Wednesday, Marcus," Joyce replied without turning from her console. "And if you're nice, I might spare you a cup." A lifesaver, Joyce, truly. He ambled over to the small coffee station and retrieved a ceramic mug with a chipped rim. He handled the pot with a practiced gentleness. "Quiet one tonight." "So far. Got an elderly gentleman coming down from the ER shortly. A dementia case." Marcus made a low sound of sympathy. "Those are tough. Had one last week on the geriatric ward. Sweet old lady started screaming about spiders crawling out of the air vents. Took 3 of us to calm her." He poured the steaming liquid into his mug, the aroma filling the small room. "You need a hand when he gets here." "I'll be fine. Sandra Chen is bringing him down. She has the patience of a saint run over by a freight train." He chuckled, a low rumble. "You're not wrong." He leaned against the door frame, sipping his coffee. His presence was a comfortable part of her routine. They were two solitary lighthouses in the deep, quiet ocean of the hospital at night. They exchanged brief signals of normalcy, reassuring each other that the world outside these sterile halls still turned. "Anything in the puzzle stump you yet?" she asked, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, setting parameters for the initial scout scan. 32 across, a weaver of fate with a single eye, 7 letters. "Cyclops," Joyce said instantly. Marcus snapped his fingers. "Of course, I was stuck thinking about the fates, Clotho, Lachesis, all the wrong pantheon." He took another slow sip. "You're a machine, Joyce." "The machine is out there," she gestured with her head toward the glass. "I'm just the operator." The conversation was interrupted by the distant, rattling approach of a gurney. The sound grew louder, accompanied by the brisk, irritated footsteps of a nurse and the low, confused mumbling of a patient. Sandra Chen appeared first, a clipboard clutched in her hand like a weapon. She was a small, wiry woman whose perpetual motion seemed to generate a field of static electricity. Behind her on the gurney was Mr. Albert Finch. He was a bird-like man, swallowed by a pale blue hospital gown. His skin was thin as parchment, mapped with purple veins and liver spots. His eyes, a faded blue, darted around the hallway, taking in the humming fluorescent lights and the polished floors with a wide, unfocused terror. "Joyce, here's your patient," Sandra announced, her voice sharp and devoid of pleasantries. "Albert Finch. Needs a full head series with and without contrast. Dr. Hansen is on call for the read. I need him back upstairs in 90 minutes tops." "Understood, Sandra," Joyce said, her tone professionally calm. Mr. Finch tried to sit up, his bony fingers clutching the thin blanket. "Where is this? This isn't my room. Martha, Martha, is that you?" His voice was a reedy whisper. "It's all right, Mr. Finch," Joyce said, stepping out from her control room. She approached the gurney slowly, keeping her hands visible. "My name is Joyce. I'm going to be taking some pictures of your head to help the doctors figure out why you had that fall." His eyes fixed on her, a flicker of comprehension in their depths. "Pictures." "That's right. We just need you to lie very still for a little while." Sandra was already unfastening the gurney's safety straps with impatient movements. "He's been like this since the ER. One minute he's asking for his wife, who's been dead for 10 years. The next he's demanding toast. Just get him on the table." Marcus shifted in the doorway, his easygoing demeanor replaced by a watchful stillness. He was there in case the patient became agitated. Joyce and Sandra transferred Mr. Finch from the gurney to the MRI table. He was light, his body fragile. As they positioned him, his head settling into the half-cylinder of the head coil, his eyes widened. He stared at the white, circular opening of the machine, the bore. "No," he whispered. "No, not in there, it's too tight." "It's a bit of a squeeze, Mr. Finch, but it's perfectly safe," Joyce said, her voice a practiced balm. "I'll be right here in the next room and we can talk through this intercom. You'll also have this squeeze ball. If you need me for any reason, you just squeeze it, and I'll stop the machine and come right out." She placed the small rubber bulb in his trembling hand. His fingers barely closed around it. Sandra checked her watch. "I have to get back. Page me when he's done." She was gone before Joyce could reply, her footsteps receding down the hall. "A real ray of sunshine, that one," Marcus muttered from the doorway. "She's just busy," Joyce said, though she agreed with his assessment. She turned her attention to the patient. "All right, Mr. Finch, we're going to get started. You'll hear a series of loud knocking and buzzing sounds. That's just the machine taking the pictures. The most important thing is to hold as still as you can. Can you do that for me?" He didn't answer. He just stared at the ceiling, his breathing shallow and rapid. Joyce gave Marcus a nod. He retreated down the hallway, back to the relative safety of the security desk. She returned to her control room, the heavy door clicking shut behind her, sealing her in with her monitors and her coffee. The world outside the glass was now her responsibility. She sat down and took a deep breath. She pressed a button on the console. "Okay, Mr. Finch, the table is going to move now. Just relax." With a soft hydraulic whir, the platform slid forward, carrying the old man into the magnetic tunnel. He disappeared from her direct line of sight, now just a pair of sock-clad feet poking out from the bore. On her monitor, the patient's vital signs appeared. Heart rate elevated, respirations quick, typical for a first-timer. She toggled the intercom. "You're doing great, Mr. Finch. We're starting the first scan now. It's going to be quite loud." She initiated the sequence. The room filled with a deafening, rhythmic banging. It was a chaotic industrial symphony she had long ago learned to tune out. Bang, bang, clang, bang, bang, bang. The sounds of science peering into the soft tissues of a human brain. She watched the first, low-resolution scout images appear on the screen, a ghostly black and white map of Mr. Finch's skull. Everything seemed routine. She adjusted a few parameters, sipped her coffee, and settled in for the long, noisy wait. A few minutes into the scan, a frantic, muffled sound came through the intercom speakers. Get it off me." Joyce leaned forward, her brow furrowing. She pressed the talk button. "Mr. Finch, it's Joyce. There is nothing on you. You're safe in the scanner. I need you to hold still." "No, it's heavy. It's sitting on my chest." His voice was thin and panicked. "I can't breathe." Joyce checked his vitals. His heart rate was climbing, a rapid tattoo on the screen. "Mr. Finch, it's a common sensation. It's called dyspnea. Sometimes the enclosed space can make you feel a pressure on your chest. Try to take slow, deep breaths, in through your nose, out through your mouth." It's not a feeling, it's here, it's cold." This was a new one. Joyce had heard of patients feeling claustrophobic, anxious, even warm from the radio frequency pulses, but not cold, and not the sensation of a physical weight. She glanced at the security camera feed from inside the bore. The image was grainy, distorted by the powerful magnetic field, but it showed Mr. Finch lying alone, his eyes squeezed shut in terror. "Mr. Finch, I can see you on my camera. There is no one and nothing in there with you. You are alone." "Liar," he shrieked, his voice cracking. "It's right here, it's looking at me." Joyce let out an exasperated sigh. This was going to be one of those scans. She might have to pull him out, calm him down, maybe even call for a mild sedative, which would delay everything. Her eyes drifted from the monitors to the large window in front of her. She saw her own reflection superimposed over the white, silent machine room. Her tired face, the glow of the screens, the dark shape of the coffee maker. For a split second, she saw something else. A distortion in the reflection, a flicker of movement in the space behind her chair. It was tall and thin, a smear of darkness that had no business being there. She blinked and it was gone. A trick of the light, she murmured to herself. Her eyes were tired. The hospital's fluorescent lighting was notorious for playing games. She rubbed her temples and focused back on the task at hand. "Mr. Finch, we have to continue. If you keep moving, the pictures will be blurry and we'll have to do them all over again. Please try to hold still." The banging of the machine continued its relentless rhythm. For a moment, there was silence from the intercom. Joyce allowed herself a small hope that he had settled. Then his voice came through again, no longer a shriek, but a low, conspiratorial, and infinitely more chilling whisper. "It's a man," he breathed. "A dark man. He has no face. He's telling me to be quiet." A cold prickle went down Joyce's spine. She fought it down. It was the dementia. The strange environment was triggering a specific, detailed hallucination. It was textbook. It was clinical. It was nothing. She was about to respond with another practiced reassurance when she glanced at the window again. She couldn't help it. Her reflection stared back at her. The familiar control room was mirrored perfectly in the glass. Her chair, her console, her coffee mug. And standing directly behind her reflection, where a blank beige wall should be, was a man-shaped hole in the world. It was not a shadow. Shadows had shape and were cast by light. This was an absence, a void cut out of reality, so black it seemed to drink the light around it. It had the definite shape of a tall, slender man, but no features, no texture, no substance. It was pure, silent, three-dimensional emptiness. Joyce's breath hitched. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic counterpoint to the machine's steady banging. She did not scream. She did not move. She slowly, very slowly, turned her head to look over her shoulder at the wall behind her. There was nothing there. Just the smooth, beige, painted surface of the wall, the fire extinguisher in its bracket, a framed diagram of the MRI's magnetic field. Her head snapped back to the window. Her own face was pale in the reflection, her eyes wide with a terror she hadn't experienced in years. And the void was gone. The reflection was normal again. She shot up from her chair, her legs unsteady, and physically backed into the wall she had just confirmed was empty. Her mind raced, trying to build a fortress of rational explanations. Fatigue, stress, a trick of the double-paned glass, an optical illusion. A single, terrified word from the intercom cut through her spiraling thoughts. "Gone," Mr. Finch whispered. "He's gone. He went into your room." Chapter 2: Echoes in the Glass. The silence in the control room was suddenly more profound than the machine's thunderous noise. The rhythmic banging continued, oblivious. But for Joyce, all sound had collapsed into a single, high-pitched whine in her ears. She stood pressed against the wall, her palm flat on the cool paint, a desperate anchor to the solid, physical world. "He went into your room." The old man's words echoed. They were the ravings of a confused mind, she told herself. A coincidence. A terrifying, awful coincidence. Her own eyes had betrayed her. 30 years on the night shift, powered by caffeine and sheer force of will, were taking their toll. She was hallucinating. It was the only explanation that made sense. It was the only one she could accept without her entire understanding of the world cracking down the middle. She pushed herself off the wall, her movements stiff. She needed proof. She needed data. Her hands, slick with a cold sweat, moved to the keyboard. She bypassed the scan and progress screen and pulled up the security camera feeds. A grid of 9 grainy images appeared on her secondary monitor. The main hallway empty. The staff lounge empty. The emergency exit still and silent. She clicked on feed number 7, MRI control room interior. The image was from a wide-angle lens mounted in a corner of the ceiling. It showed her, a figure in pale blue scrubs, standing frozen with her back to the wall. It showed her console, her chair, the coffee maker. It showed the entire room in a slightly distorted, fisheye perspective. The wall behind her was blank. The space where she had seen the void was empty. There was no one and nothing in the room with her. A wave of relief, so powerful it made her dizzy, washed over her. She was losing her mind. It was a terrifying thought, but it was infinitely better than the alternative. She let out a long, shuddering breath and sank into her chair. The intercom crackled. Mr. Finch was sobbing now, a series of ragged, gasping cries that tore at the edges of Joyce's composure. "It's okay, Mr. Finch," she said, her voice trembling slightly. She cleared her throat and tried again, forcing the calm, professional tone back into place. "Everything is okay. We're almost done with this part. Just a few more minutes." She needed to focus on the scan, on the procedure, on the things that were real and followed predictable rules. She minimized the security feed and returned to the main screen. The images of Mr. Finch's brain were slowly building, slice by slice. A beautiful, complex organ rendered in shades of gray. She saw the normal structures, the cerebrum, the cerebellum, the delicate folds of the cortex. She saw the dark spaces of the ventricles. There were no obvious signs of a major bleed. Perhaps a small lacunar infarct in the pons, but she wasn't the radiologist. Her job was to acquire the images, not interpret them. She looked at her checklist. The next sequence was a T2 weighted scan. It would highlight areas of edema, of inflammation. She keyed in the command, and the sound of the machine changed, shifting from a rapid banging to a longer, grinding groan, like a giant cog turning in the Earth's core. Grind, chunk. She tried to lose herself in the work, but her eyes kept drifting to the left, toward the large pane of glass, toward her reflection. She saw herself, a tense, pale woman hunched over a console. She forced her gaze away, staring intently at the monitor. The problem was she couldn't forget the feeling of seeing it. It wasn't just a trick of the light. It was a sensation of absolute wrongness. The void in the reflection had felt ancient and predatory. It had felt like looking at a shark's eye, a deep, cold, hungry emptiness. She needed to talk to Marcus. Not to tell him what she saw. He would think she was crazy. She just needed to hear his voice to connect with the sane, boring, normal world for a moment. She picked up the desk phone and dialed his extension. The line was dead. No dial tone, nothing. Joyce frowned. That was strange. The internal phone lines were on a separate system from the main hospital grid. They almost never went down. She tried her cell phone. No service. That was normal. The radiology department was buried too deep in the basement, shielded by concrete and steel. She glanced at the clock on her monitor. 2:17 a.m., the deepest part of the night, the hour when the world outside seemed a distant rumor. She decided to use the walkie-talkie, the one they kept for emergencies. She picked up the heavy black device from its charging cradle. "Marcus, this is Joyce. Do you copy?" Static, she pressed the button again. "Marcus, come in. This is Joyce in MRI." The static hissed for a moment, then a voice crackled through. "Yes, having trouble here." His voice was distorted, broken up. "Marcus, I can barely hear you. What's going on?" "We're fluctu on this end main desk is dark, trying to get the eakers on." A power fluctuation. That would explain the dead phone line. A small, rational piece of the puzzle fell into place, and Joyce felt a bit of the tension leave her shoulders. "Okay, Marcus, keep me posted." "Wills, you okay down there?" "I'm fine," she lied, "just checking in." She put the walkie-talkie down. A power issue. It was simple, it was mundane, it still didn't explain what she saw. The T2 scan finished. The machine fell silent. The abrupt quiet was more jarring than the noise. In the silence, she could hear Mr. Finch's ragged breathing over the intercom. "He's still here," the old man whispered. "He didn't leave, he's just hiding." "Mr. Finch, no one is hiding," Joyce said, her patience worn to a thread. "We have one more scan to do and then we're all done. This one will be much quieter." She prepared the final sequence, a diffusion-weighted imaging scan that was excellent for spotting an acute stroke. It required a different set of magnetic gradients, and its sounds were softer, a series of clicks and whirs. As she set the parameters, her gaze fell upon the pen sitting next to her keyboard. It was a cheap, blue, disposable pen, the kind the hospital ordered by the gross. She had been using it to make notes on Mr. Finch's intake form. She glanced at the window, at her reflection. She saw the reflection of her console. She saw the reflection of her hand hovering over the keyboard. She saw the reflection of the intake form. But the space on the form where the blue pen should be was empty. Joyce went perfectly still. Her eyes flickered from the real pen, solid and present on her desk, to the reflection in the glass, where there was only a blank spot on the paper. She slowly reached out, her finger trembling, and touched the pen. It was real. She picked it up. It had weight. She looked at the reflection. Her hand was reflected, its fingers curled around empty air. The pen was not there. A wave of nausea rose in her throat. This was not a trick of the light. This was not fatigue. This was impossible. This was a violation of the basic laws of physics. She watched, mesmerized, as she moved the real pen back and forth. In the reflection, her hand moved, but it held nothing. The entity wasn't just a passive observer. It was affecting her world, or at least her perception of it. It was editing reality, starting with small, insignificant details. It was erasing things. The thought hit her with the force of a physical blow, the hungering blank. It was not just a name she had conceived in a moment of panic. It was a description. Her mind started to race. What else had it erased? She tried to think, to grab onto a solid memory. What did she have for dinner before her shift? She could picture herself in her kitchen, but the plate in front of her was a blur. She couldn't recall the food. She tried to picture her son's face. She could see his smile, his eyes, but what was his middle name? It was a common name, a family name. It was gone, a smooth, empty space in her memory where his name should be. Panic, cold and absolute, seized her. This thing, this void, it wasn't just trying to scare her. It was feeding. It was consuming her piece by piece, starting with the small things. The reflection of a pen, a minor memory. What came next? The machine word, starting the final scan. The soft clicking was a maddeningly calm sound in the face of her internal chaos. From the intercom, Mr. Finch spoke, his voice surprisingly clear and calm. "You see him now, don't you, dear?" Joyce couldn't answer. She was staring at the reflection of her own face in the glass. Her eyes were wide with terror. Her mouth was a thin, hard line. She looked broken. She saw the reflection of the entity behind her again. It was clearer now, its edges more defined. A perfect man-shaped cutout of nothing. And this time it was different. Before, it had been staring straight ahead into the machine room. Now the empty space of its face, the void where a head should be, was turned slightly. It was turned towards her. It was no longer just standing there. It was observing her. It knew that she knew. And in the deep, silent cold of the control room, Joyce Gable understood that her professional detachment, her years of experience, and the solid walls of her reality were no defense at all. The monster was not in the machine with the patient. The monster was in the room with her. Chapter 3: The Unseen Hand. Time became a thick, viscous substance. Each click of the machine, each ragged breath from the intercom, stretched into an eternity. Joyce sat frozen, her gaze locked on the window, on the impossible tableau reflected in the glass. Her own terrified face stared back, and behind her, the void in the shape of a man stood sentinel. It was a silent, patient predator, and she was its captive audience. She needed to move. She needed to do something. But her limbs felt like lead, her muscles refusing to obey the frantic commands from her brain. The part of her mind that was still a technician, the part that ran on checklists and protocols, screamed at her to finish the scan, get the patient out and run. The other part of her, a newly awakened, primal core of terror, was convinced that any sudden movement would provoke the entity. It erases things. The thought was a cold, sharp shard of ice in her mind. The pen, her son's middle name, small, insignificant pieces of her world plucked away like threads from a tapestry. What would it take next? Her memory of the sky, the concept of love, her own name. The horror of it was not just a fear of death, but of unbeing, of being hollowed out until nothing remained but a shell. The final scan sequence completed its run. The machine's soft clicking ceased, plunging the entire department into an unnerving silence. The only sound was the low hum of the computers and the faint, almost inaudible whisper of Mr. Finch's breathing. "The pictures are done, Mr. Finch," Joyce said. Her voice was a dry croak. She was surprised she could speak at all. She reached for the console, her hand shaking so badly she had to steady it with her other. She pressed the button to retract the table. With a smooth, hydraulic whir, the gurney slid out of the bore. Mr. Finch emerged, blinking in the fluorescent light of the machine room. His eyes were no longer wide with unfocused terror. They were small and sharp, fixed on a point somewhere over Joyce's shoulder in the control room. Joyce watched him on the camera feed. He was staring directly at the spot where the entity stood reflected in the glass. She had to get him out of there. She toggled the intercom. "Marcus," she said, her voice tight, "I'm done with the patient. Can you come give me a hand?" Static answered, a long, empty hiss. She tried again. "Marcus, do you read me?" Nothing. The power fluctuation must have knocked out the main comms panel at his desk. He couldn't hear her. She was alone. No, not alone. She looked at the reflection. The void man was still there, motionless. It hadn't moved when she spoke. It hadn't reacted to the table sliding out. It just watched. She had to go into that room, the machine room, where Mr. Finch was waiting. It was only 20 feet away through a heavy, lead-lined door. But with that thing standing behind her, it felt like a mile across a frozen, cracking lake. Taking a deep breath, she stood up. She did not turn around. She refused to give it the satisfaction of acknowledging its presence in her physical space. She kept her eyes fixed on the reflection as she backed away from the console. The reflection showed her moving, and it showed the thing staying perfectly still. Her hand found the cool metal handle of the control room door. She pulled it open, the heavy door swinging inward with a soft pneumatic sigh. She slipped through the opening, never taking her eyes off the window. From this new angle, the reflection was distorted. She could still see the dark shape, a silent monolith in her empty control room. She let the door swing shut behind her. The soft click of the latch was a sound of finality. She was now in the machine room with Mr. Finch. The air here was cooler, tinged with the metallic scent of the massive magnetic coil. Mr. Finch was sitting up on the edge of the table. He looked small and frail. He turned his gaze from the control room window to her. "He doesn't like the machine," the old man said, his voice lucid and steady. "The noise and the power, it makes it hard for him to stay together. It's like trying to stand in a strong wind." Joyce stared at him, her mind struggling to process his words. What is it?" "He doesn't have a name," Mr. Finch said simply, as if discussing the weather. "He's just the one who unmakes. He's been in this hospital a long, long time. He gets hungry." He patted the thin mattress of the MRI table. "He eats the little things first. A memory of a favorite song, the name of a pet, the face of a grandchild. Then he moves on to bigger things. Hope, identity, your own reflection." His words resonated with a terrifying truth. He was describing her last 10 minutes with perfect accuracy. "Why can we see it?" Joyce asked, her voice a whisper. "No one else can." "You're close to the machine," he explained, his gaze distant. "It thins things out, makes the walls between worlds soft and me. He gave a sad, small smile. My mind is already half gone. It's full of holes. It's easy for him to be seen in the empty spaces. A sudden, loud clatter from the hallway made them both jump. It sounded like a metal trash can being knocked over. "Marcus," Joyce called out, a surge of adrenaline cutting through her fear. There was no answer, only a faint, rhythmic scraping sound. It was a strange, unsettling noise, like a piece of metal being dragged slowly across the linoleum floor. Joyce crept toward the door that led to the hallway. She peered through the small, circular window. The corridor was empty, stretching into pools of shadow and weak fluorescent light. The scraping sound continued, seemingly coming from around the corner near the security desk. "Stay here, Mr. Finch," she said, her voice more commanding than she felt. She pushed the door open and stepped into the hall. The air was colder here. A draft seemed to be coming from the direction of the security station. The scraping stopped. "Marcus," she called again, her voice echoing in the silence. She walked slowly, her rubber-soled shoes making soft, squeaking sounds on the floor. Every shadow seemed to loom, every corner held a potential threat. She passed the janitor's closet, its door slightly ajar. She passed the darkened staff lounge. As she neared the main intersection of the corridor, she saw the source of the noise. Marcus's heavy-duty metal flashlight lay on the floor, its beam pointing at the wall, still on. A few feet away, his crossword puzzle book was splayed open, pages crumpled. And just beyond that, near the corner leading to his desk, was a long, dark scratch mark gouged into the polished floor. It looked as if he had been dragged. Joyce's blood ran cold. She rounded the corner. The security desk was empty. Marcus's chair was pushed back, one of its wheels lifted off the ground. The monitor for the security cameras was on, displaying its familiar grid of 9 silent rooms. But something was wrong with the image. She stepped closer. The feed for the MRI control room, camera 7, was pure, flickering static, a waterfall of black and white noise where her empty office should be. The other 8 feeds were stable. The empty hallway, the vacant lounge, the cat, Scraps, sleeping on a pile of laundry in the basement, the catatonic man in the wheelchair at the end of the north wing corridor, a motionless figure in the grainy darkness. Her eyes snapped back to the static-filled square. It was in her room. It must be touching the camera, its very presence disrupting the electronic signal. It was no longer just a passive observer. She heard a sound behind her, a soft, wet footstep. She spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. Old Man Pinter, the mute janitor, stood there. He held a mop in one hand, a bucket of murky water at his feet. His face was a mask of wrinkles, his eyes downcast. He looked at the scratch on the floor, then at Joyce. He raised a hand and made a simple gesture. He pointed down the hallway in the opposite direction from the MRI suite toward the emergency exit. Then he shook his head slowly, a look of profound, ancient sadness on his face. He was warning her, "Get out." Before she could respond, a new sound began to emanate from the MRI suite she had just left. It was a low hum, deeper than the sound of the computers. It was the sound the machine made when it was preparing for a scan. A deep, resonant thrum of immense power building. But she hadn't initiated a scan. Her head whipped back toward the security monitor. The static on camera 7 was gone. The image of her control room was back. It was empty. The chair was where she left it. The console was dark. But in the machine room, visible through the control room window, something had changed. The door to the MRI bore, the opening into the magnet itself, was closed. A heavy, circular plate of metal she had never seen before had sealed the entrance. And lying on the platform, his feet just visible where the door hadn't fully shut, was Marcus. The machine hummed, the sound rising in pitch and volume. Joyce realized the horrifying truth. The entity wasn't just erasing things. It could manipulate the physical world. It had dragged her only ally into the machine, and it had sealed him inside. It had learned how to use her tools against her. From inside the machine, a muffled, frantic banging began. Marcus was awake, and he was trapped. The humming intensified, building toward the violent crescendo of an active scan. No, Joyce breathed. She looked from the monitor to the janitor. Old man Pinter just shook his head again, his eyes full of pity. He knew what was about to happen. He had probably seen it before. Joyce didn't hesitate. She ran. She sprinted down the hallway, back toward the machine she commanded, the screams of the man sealed inside her weapon now a distant, muffled terror. Chapter 4: The Signal in the Noise. Adrenaline was a fire in Joyce's veins, burning away the paralysis. Her mind, which moments before had been a tangled mess of fear and confusion, was now brutally, terrifyingly clear. Marcus was in the bore. The machine was powering up. She was the only one who could stop it. She burst through the door into the machine room, her eyes immediately fixing on the sealed entrance to the magnet. The muffled, frantic pounding from within was growing weaker, replaced by desperate, animalistic cries that were distorted by the thick, unfamiliar plate covering the opening. The deep, resonant hum of the pre-scan sequence vibrated through the concrete floor, a physical pressure against the soles of her feet. Mr. Finch was cowering in a corner, his hands pressed over his ears, his face a mask of primal fear. "It's wrong, it's making it wrong," he wailed. Joyce ignored him. Her attention was on the machine itself. The plate sealing the bore was not part of the GE system. It was a smooth, featureless disk of a metal that seemed too dark, too non-reflective. It looked like a solid piece of shadow. It had been woven from the same nothingness as the entity itself. She knew she couldn't break it. Her only chance was in the control room. She lunged for the door, threw it open, and skidded to a halt in front of her console. The main screen was no longer displaying her familiar interface. It was a chaotic storm of text and symbols she didn't recognize, scrolling past at an impossible speed. It was an alien language of broken code and jagged lines. The entity wasn't just using the machine, it was rewriting its very software. At the center of the screen, a single command blinked in stark red letters: Initiate deconstruction sequence. Below it, a progress bar was rapidly filling. 45%, 46%. No, 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 Joyce chanted, her fingers flying over the keyboard. She tried to enter the emergency shutdown command. The system beeped angrily, rejecting her input. She tried to force quit the application. The screen flashed, the alien text scrolling faster. The entity had locked her out. The humming from the machine room grew louder, the pitch rising to an unbearable shriek. Marcus's cries had stopped. The progress bar hit 70%. Joyce's mind raced, sifting through 30 years of technical knowledge. There had to be a manual override, a physical kill switch. Her eyes darted around the room, past the useless phone and the silent walkie-talkie. Her gaze landed on the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. Red, stark, simple. Then her eyes moved to the circuit breaker panel next to it. A gray metal box with a thick, black primary lever at the top. It was the main power conduit for the entire MRI suite. Cutting the power to a superconducting magnet during operation was massively dangerous. It could trigger an uncontrolled quench, venting gallons of supercooled liquid helium as a gas, potentially displacing all the oxygen in the room. It could damage the multi-million-dollar machine beyond repair. It was the absolute last resort. The progress bar hit 85%. The lights in the room began to flicker. There was no other choice. She grabbed her heavy ceramic coffee mug from the desk. She ran to the breaker box and smashed the mug against the small lock on its door. The ceramic shattered, but the lock held. She hit it again, using the base of the mug, a wild, desperate strength coursing through her. The metal bent, and the latch sprang open. She ripped the panel door open. Inside was a dense forest of smaller switches, all labeled: coolant pumps, RF amplifier, gradient coils. At the very top was the main lever, thick and black, with a red plastic guard over it. Emergency power off. The progress bar was at 95%. The shrieking from the machine was so loud now, it felt like a physical drill boring into her skull. She flipped the plastic guard up, grabbed the heavy lever with both hands, and threw all her weight downward. The lever moved with a deep, satisfying ka-chunk. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The shrieking noise from the machine room died instantly, replaced by a deafening roar. A huge cloud of white vapor erupted from the sides of the MRI machine, blasting outward with incredible force. It was the quench. The helium was venting. The lights in the control room went out. The monitors died, plunging her into absolute darkness. The emergency lights, battery-powered and weak, flickered on a second later, casting long, dancing shadows. The roaring from the other room subsided, replaced by a loud, continuous hissing sound. The white vapor cloud poured out from under the door, chilling the air and obscuring the floor. Joyce stumbled back from the breaker box, coughing as the intensely cold gas swirled around her ankles. She could hear Mr. Finch screaming in the machine room, a sound of pure, undiluted terror. She had to get them out. The helium gas was displacing the oxygen. They would suffocate in minutes. She fumbled her way to the control room door and pushed it open. The machine room was a scene from a frozen hell. The vapor was so thick she couldn't see more than a few feet in front of her. The hissing was deafening. Frost was already forming on the walls and equipment. "Mr. Finch," she yelled, her voice hoarse. "Where are you?" A hand grabbed her arm. It was the old man, his eyes wild, his body shaking uncontrollably. "It's broken. He's broken." "We have to go, now," Joyce screamed, pulling him toward the hallway door. He resisted, his gaze fixed on the MRI machine, which was now just a hulking, silent shape in the swirling mist. The dark metal plate covering the bore was gone, vanished. The entrance was open again. From deep within the machine, a new sound emerged. It was not a scream or a cry. It was a wet, sticky, tearing noise, a sound of something being pulled apart. Joyce didn't wait to find out what it was. She yanked Mr. Finch with all her might, dragging him out of the room and into the main corridor. He stumbled, falling to his knees. She looked back. The vapor cloud was billowing out of the MRI suite, a creeping, artificial fog bank. And in the center of the doorway, standing silhouetted against the white mist, was a figure. It was tall and thin. It looked vaguely like Marcus, but it was horrifyingly wrong. His limbs were too long, bent at unnatural angles like a poorly assembled mannequin. One of his arms hung limply at his side, stretched out until his knuckles scraped the floor. His head was tilted back at an impossible angle, his mouth hanging open in a silent scream. But the worst part was his texture. His skin, his uniform, everything was a shifting, chaotic pattern of digital noise, like the static on the corrupted camera feed. He was a glitch in the fabric of reality, a man who had been deconstructed and put back together in the wrong order. This was what the entity did. It didn't just kill, it rewrote, it corrupted. The static figure of what was once Marcus took a hesitant, jerking step forward. The scraping sound started again as his elongated hand dragged on the floor. Joyce screamed, a raw, ragged sound torn from her throat. She hauled Mr. Finch to his feet and half-dragged, half-carried him down the hallway, away from the abomination stumbling out of the mist. They had to get to the emergency exit. They had to get out of the basement. As they fled, Joyce's mind replayed the image on the security monitor. The grid of 9 cameras, 8 of them showing silent, empty rooms. Her blood ran cold as a new, terrible realization dawned. She had seen the janitor, Pinter. He had warned her, but she hadn't seen him on any of the camera feeds. Not in the hallway, not in the lounge, not in his closet. And then she remembered the 9th camera. The one pointed at the catatonic patient in the wheelchair at the end of the north wing. A motionless figure, sitting and staring. A figure who bore a striking resemblance to the mute, weary janitor who had tried to warn her away. He had been in 2 places at once. The entity wasn't the only strange thing in St. Jude's Hospital. The entire place was wrong. It was a nexus of shattered realities, and she was trapped in the middle of it. Behind her, the scraping sound grew louder, closer. The corrupted version of Marcus was following them, and she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that the hungering blank was still in her control room, watching the show. Chapter 5: The Long Hall. The emergency exit door was 100 feet away, but it might as well have been on the other side of the planet. It was a solid red slash at the end of the long, pale green corridor, promising an escape into the cool night air. Between Joyce and that door was a gauntlet of flickering lights, deep shadows, and the slow, inexorable scraping sound of the thing that wore Marcus Cole's corrupted shape. Joyce's lungs burned. She half pushed, half dragged Mr. Finch, whose frail body was a dead weight against her. The old man wasn't screaming anymore. He was muttering, a continuous stream of disconnected words. The gears are slipping. The clock is broken. All the king's horses. Save your breath, Albert, Joyce gasped, her own words coming in ragged bursts. We're almost there. The scraping sound was getting closer. It was a dreadful, rhythmic noise, scrape, shuffle, the sound of a broken thing trying to walk. Joyce risked a glance over her shoulder. The figure of Marcus was about 50 feet behind them, moving with a jerky, uncoordinated gait. It was shrouded in the lingering helium vapor, a glitching ghost in the mist. Its unnaturally long arm left a dark groove in the linoleum, a scar marking its passage. It didn't seem to be fast, but it was relentless. They reached a junction in the hallway. To the right was the darkened staff lounge. To the left was the corridor leading to the elevators, and further down, the north wing where the catatonic man sat in his wheelchair. Straight ahead was the emergency exit. The main power was still out in this section of the basement. The only light came from the emergency fixtures, casting a sickly yellow glow that made everything look jaundiced and ancient. Suddenly, Mr. Finch dug his heels in, his sudden resistance almost making Joyce lose her footing. "Not that way," he hissed, his eyes wide with a fresh terror. He was staring down the corridor toward the elevators. "He's watching." Joyce followed his gaze. The hallway was a long tunnel of darkness, punctuated by a single emergency light far in the distance. And silhouetted under that light, just as Joyce had seen on the security monitor, was the motionless figure of a man in a wheelchair. She couldn't make out any features, but she didn't need to. She knew it was the man Pinter had been a reflection of, the silent observer. A low hum started to emanate from that direction. It wasn't the powerful, industrial hum of the MRI. This was a high-frequency electronic tone, like an old television warming up. As the sound grew, the emergency light above the wheelchair began to flicker violently, its yellow glow strobing in time with the hum. Strobe, strobe, strobe. In the flashes of light, Joyce saw something impossible. With each pulse, the figure in the wheelchair was closer. It wasn't moving, not in any conventional sense. It was simply there, then a dozen feet closer in the next flash, then a dozen feet closer still. It was traversing the distance in a series of quantum leaps, a stop-motion horror advancing down the hall. They were caught between two threats. Behind them, the corrupted, scraping form of Marcus. Ahead, a teleporting, silent sentinel. "The lounge," Joyce decided, her voice a strained whisper. She grabbed Mr. Finch and veered right, pulling him through the open doorway into the staff break room. She slammed the door shut behind them, fumbling for a lock. There was none. It was a simple swinging door. She frantically looked around the room. It was pitch black, save for the strobing yellow light filtering under the door. Her eyes adjusted slowly, revealing the faint shapes of tables, chairs, a refrigerator, a microwave. "Help me," she grunted, pushing a heavy rectangular table toward the door. Mr. Finch, spurred by the pulsing light and the escalating hum from the hallway, found a surge of strength. Together, they shoved the table, its legs screeching against the floor, and wedged it against the door. They added a couple of chairs for good measure, creating a flimsy barricade. They backed away, breathing heavily in the darkness. The humming from the hallway grew louder, the strobing light under the door more intense. Then it stopped. The hum cut out. The light returned to a steady, sickly yellow. Joyce held her breath, straining her ears. For a moment there was only silence. Then a soft, metallic tapping started on the door. Tap, 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 tap. It was slow and deliberate. It wasn't the frantic pounding of an attacker. It was methodical, curious. From the other side of the room, near the far wall, a new sound began. A low, guttural growl. Joyce's head snapped toward the noise. She couldn't see anything in the oppressive darkness. "Who's there?" she whispered. The growl answered her, closer this time. It was a wet, canine sound. Joyce's mind flashed to the security feed, to the stray cat, Scraps, that lived in the basement. But this was no cat. A memory, unbidden, surfaced in her mind. Mr. Finch's words from the machine. "He eats the little things first." A memory of a favorite song, the name of a pet. The entity hadn't just erased the name of the pet. It had taken the cat and changed it. Something moved in the far corner of the room, a large shape shifting in the darkness. Joyce fumbled in her pockets, her fingers closing around her phone. She pulled it out, her thumb shaking as she swiped to turn on the flashlight. The beam cut a sharp, white cone through the blackness. She swept it across the room, past the overturned chairs and the cold coffee machine. She aimed it at the source of the growl. The thing that crouched there had once been a cat. It was still recognizable in its basic form, but it had been grotesquely altered. It was now the size of a large dog, its body swollen and lumpy. Its fur was gone, replaced by tight gray skin that glistened under the light. Its legs were too long, ending in what looked like hooked, human-like fingers instead of paws. But its head was the worst part. Its jaw was unhinged, hanging open to reveal rows of needle-like teeth, and from its throat emanated the low, menacing growl. Its eyes were gone, the sockets empty and dark, yet it seemed to be staring directly at her. It was another one of the entity's corruptions, a living creature rewritten into a nightmare. Behind them, the tapping on the door stopped. It was replaced by the familiar, horrifying scrape of Marcus's elongated hand dragging against the wood. He had found them. They were trapped, a monster in front, a monster behind. The corrupted cat thing tensed its powerful haunches, preparing to spring. Joyce reacted on pure instinct. She grabbed a heavy glass coffee pot from the counter next to her and hurled it at the creature. It shattered against the wall just above its head, showering it with glass. The creature flinched, disoriented by the noise, shaking its misshapen head. That was the opening she needed. "The window!" she yelled. The lounge had a small, high window that looked out not to the outside world, but into the adjoining maintenance corridor. It was a desperate, tiny hope. She grabbed a chair, her muscles screaming in protest, and dragged it under the window. "Climb," she ordered Mr. Finch. The old man, surprisingly agile in his terror, scrambled onto the chair and clawed at the window latch. The scraping at the door grew louder, more insistent. A splintering sound echoed as the wood began to give way. The window latch was rusted shut. "I can't," he cried. Joyce climbed onto the chair next to him, pushing him aside. She put her shoulder into it, then her whole body, slamming her weight against the small window frame. The metal groaned. The wood around the lock splintered. The main door to the lounge burst open, the table and chairs scraping backward as the static figure of Marcus stumbled into the room. It stood there, its head twitching, its body a chaotic mess of digital noise. It took a jerky step toward them. At the same time, the corrupted cat thing recovered and launched itself across the room, a gray streak of wrongness. With a final, desperate heave, Joyce smashed the window. The glass shattered and the frame broke free. The opening was small, barely big enough for a person to squeeze through. "Go," she screamed, shoving Mr. Finch toward the hole. He tumbled through, landing in a heap on the other side. The cat thing was almost on them. Joyce could smell its foul, acrid breath. She turned to face it, holding the chair up like a lion tamer, a pathetic defense against the monster. But it didn't leap for her. It leaped for the shambling form of Marcus. The two corruptions collided in a flurry of violence. The cat thing sank its needle teeth into Marcus's glitching leg, and the Marcus thing swung its long, heavy arm, smashing the creature against the wall with a sickening wet crunch. They were two antibodies of the same disease, attacking each other in a frenzy of chaotic, directionless rage. Joyce didn't wait to see the outcome. She turned and launched herself through the broken window, tumbling onto the concrete floor of the maintenance corridor. She landed hard, pain shooting up her arm, but she was through. She scrambled to her feet, pulling Mr. Finch up with her. The maintenance hall was narrow, filled with pipes and conduits. It was dark, but at the far end she could see a faint red glow, the light of another emergency exit sign. Freedom was still a possibility. They began to run, their footsteps echoing in the narrow space. Behind them, the sounds of the monstrous fight faded, replaced by a new sound. It was a soft, gentle whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was a woman's voice, calm and soothing, but the words it spoke froze Joyce's blood. "Patient is becoming agitated," the voice whispered, echoing in the metal corridor. "Recommend mild sedative, diazepam 5 milligrams." It was the voice of Dr. Lena Hansen, the radiologist, the disembodied voice from the phone, and it was speaking about her as if she were the patient, as if this entire nightmare was nothing more than a fever dream in the tube of the MRI. The whisper was the most terrifying thing she had yet encountered. It suggested that there was no escape, that the walls of the hospital were the walls of her own mind, that the hungering blank was not just in the control room, but inside her skull. She stopped, her body trembling, her sanity fraying like an old rope. Mr. Finch tugged on her sleeve, his eyes pleading. "Don't listen," he whispered. "It's a trick. The house is full of echoes. You have to keep moving." Joyce looked at the old man, at his clear, sane eyes. In this world of madness, the dementia patient was her anchor to reality. She nodded, took a deep breath, and they ran on, toward the faint red light, the whispering echoes of the hospital chasing them through the dark. Chapter 6. The Heart of the House. The maintenance corridor twisted and turned, a labyrinth of exposed pipes and humming electrical conduits. The red glow of the exit sign was their only beacon, a distant promise in the oppressive darkness. The whispering voice of Dr. Hansen faded behind them, replaced by the rhythmic drip of water and the thrum of the hospital's unseen machinery. It was the sound of the building's circulatory system, and Joyce felt like a foreign virus being hunted by its immune response. They emerged from the narrow corridor into a vast, cavernous space. It was the hospital's primary boiler room. Two colossal, ancient boilers, green with age and oxidation, dominated the room like sleeping iron gods. A complex network of pipes, as thick as tree trunks, crisscrossed the ceiling, and the air was hot and thick with the smell of hot metal and dust. The room was lit by a few bare safety bulbs, casting a hellish orange glow over everything. The emergency exit was on the far side of the room, up a short flight of metal stairs. They were so close. As they started across the grated metal floor, a deep, shuddering groan echoed from the boiler on the left. A plume of steam erupted from one of its rusted valves with a loud hiss. Mr. Finch stopped, his hand clutching Joyce's arm. "The heart is waking up," he breathed. "It's just an old boiler, Albert," Joyce said, trying to convince herself as much as him. "The pressure release is faulty." But then the second boiler groaned, this one louder, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Joyce's chest. The entire room seemed to thrum with a low, rhythmic pulse. Thump, 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 thump. It sounded like a colossal heartbeat. The building was alive, not just haunted, not just a nexus of strange energies. It was a living, breathing entity. The realization settled in Joyce's gut like a block of ice. They weren't just running from monsters, they were inside one. The emergency exit door at the top of the stairs suddenly slammed shut with a deafening clang of metal on metal. A thick, rusted locking bar, something that looked like it hadn't moved in 50 years, slid into place over it with a grinding shriek. They were sealed in. "No," Joyce whispered, her last vestiges of hope crumbling. She stared at the barred door. There was no way to move it. The rhythmic, heart-like thumping of the boilers grew stronger, more insistent. The pipes overhead began to clank and shudder in time with the beat. A fine dust rained down from the ceiling. "It knows we're here," Mr. Finch said, his voice strangely calm. "It knows we broke its toy." "The MRI," Joyce realized. "We broke the MRI." "You didn't just break it," a new voice said. The voice was not a whisper, not a recording. It was real, and it came from the shadows behind the second boiler. Joyce and Mr. Finch spun around. A figure stepped out into the orange light. It was Old Man Pinter, the janitor. He was not holding a mop this time. He just stood there, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture straight. He looked different here, away from the sterile hallways. He seemed younger, more solid. The weary, defeated look was gone from his eyes. It was replaced by an expression of cold, clinical assessment. "You performed an unscheduled, percussive quench on a 3 Tesla superconducting magnet," he said. His voice was not the rasping whisper of a man with a throat injury. It was clear, educated, and precise. "You have no idea what you've done." Joyce stared at him, dumbfounded. You can talk." "Of course I can talk," he said with a hint of irritation. He gestured around the vast, thrumming room. "This place requires a certain amount of performance. The staff expect a mute, harmless old janitor. It's an effective camouflage." "The man in the wheelchair," Joyce began. "A projection," Pinter confirmed. "A remote observation point. A way for me to be in two places at once. Necessary when you're the sole caretaker of a place like this." "Caretaker," Mr. Finch spat the word. "You're its jailer or its priest." Pinter's gaze shifted to the old man, and for the first time a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Surprise. Respect. "You are more lucid than your chart suggests, Mr. Finch." "My mind may be a leaky bucket," the old man retorted, "but I know a cage when I see one." The thumping of the boilers intensified. The floor vibrated beneath their feet. "What is this place?" Joyce demanded, her voice shaking with a mixture of fear and anger. "What are you?" Pinter sighed, a long, weary sound. "My name is not Pinter. I am Dr. Aris Thorne." He paused as if the name should mean something. When it drew no reaction, he continued. "I was the head of the St. Jude's Paraphysics and Extra-Dimensional Research Division. This entire facility, this hospital, was its laboratory." "A lab," Joyce repeated, incredulous. "For what?" "To study incursions, breaches, places where the membrane between our reality and others has worn thin," he explained. He gestured toward the ceiling. "This building was constructed on such a site. It acts as a container, a research station. The patients, the staff, the day-to-day operations of a hospital, they are all part of a massive, ongoing experiment, a way to observe the effects of prolonged, low-level reality distortion on the human psyche." "And the blank?" Joyce asked, the name feeling like poison in her mouth. "Is it one of your experiments?" Thorne's face darkened. "No, the hungering blank, as you call it, is not an experiment. It is an invasive species. It found a crack in our containment years ago. We thought it was a minor passive entity, a Type 3 echo, something that could only observe and leave faint psychic impressions. We were wrong. It has been learning, evolving, feeding on the ambient fear and confusion of this place. It learned to manipulate reflections, then to consume memory. Now it has learned to alter physical matter, to corrupt it." The memory of the static Marcus, the twisted cat thing, flashed in Joyce's mind. Marcus, what it did to him. "A tragedy," Thorne said, his voice devoid of emotion. "But a fascinating development. It is combining biological matter with pure information, with the raw static between dimensions. It is creating hybrids, golems of flesh and noise." "You're insane," Joyce breathed. "You stood by and let this happen." "I did not let it happen," Thorne corrected her sharply. "I observed. My purpose is to gather data, but what you did tonight has changed the equation. The MRI was not just a diagnostic tool. It was a regulator, a harmonic anchor. Its magnetic field stabilized the weakest point in the containment field, the very spot where the blank resides. When you quenched the magnet, you didn't just break a machine, Mrs. Gable. You shattered the lock on the cage." As if on cue, the thumping from the boilers stopped. An even more profound silence fell over the room, and in that silence a new sound began. It came from the pipes overhead, a soft, wet, slithering sound. Something large was moving through them, moving toward the boiler room. Its influence is no longer confined to the MRI suite, Thorne said, his eyes scanning the network of pipes above them. You have given it the run of the entire facility. It can go anywhere, touch anything. A section of pipe directly above them, a massive iron tube 3 feet in diameter, began to bulge downward. The metal groaned and stretched as if it were soft clay. A dark, viscous liquid began to drip from the strained rivets, spattering on the floor. It was black and thick like crude oil, but it did not spread. Each drop held its shape, quivering like a living thing. "It's coming," Mr. Finch whispered, his eyes wide. Thorne reached into the pocket of his janitor's overalls and pulled out a strange object. It looked like a tarnished silver tuning fork, but it was covered in intricate, unfamiliar symbols. "This is no longer a data-gathering opportunity," he said, his voice grim. "This has become a containment breach. We need to get to the sub-level, to the core." The bulging pipe above them split open with a sound like tearing flesh. The black, oily substance poured out, not as a liquid but as a cohesive, semi-solid shape. It was a writhing mass of tendrils and voids, a creature of living shadow and corrupted physics. It was the hungering blank, no longer a mere reflection or a man-shaped hole, but a massive physical manifestation of its true form. It descended from the ceiling, its tendrils reaching for them. Thorne struck the tuning fork against the metal railing. It didn't produce a sound. Instead, it produced a wave of shimmering, visible light, a ripple of pure silver that expanded in a dome around them. The blank's reaching tendrils hit the dome of light and recoiled as if burned. A piercing, multi-toned shriek echoed through the chamber, a sound of static and rage that vibrated in their bones. "This will not hold it for long," Thorne said, his knuckles white as he gripped the fork. "To the access tunnel, now." He pointed toward a small, unmarked metal hatch on the floor near the base of the first boiler. Joyce, galvanized by the new, immediate threat, grabbed Mr. Finch and ran. The shriek of the entity intensified, and the silver dome of light around them began to flicker and dim. They were standing in the heart of a dying hospital, protected by a mad scientist, and the cage was now wide open. Chapter 7: The Theory of Echoes. The metal hatch on the floor was cold and heavy. Thorne, holding the shimmering silver tuning fork aloft with one hand, wrenched the recessed handle with the other. A gust of stale, earthy air, like the breath from a forgotten tomb, washed over them. Below was a narrow iron ladder descending into absolute darkness. "Go," Thorne commanded, his voice strained. The silver dome of light protecting them was fluctuating wildly, the light from the strange fork dimming with each monstrous assault from the blank. The entity was a roiling mass of black tendrils now, slamming itself against the barrier, its silent rage a palpable force. Joyce didn't hesitate. She helped Mr. Finch onto the ladder first. The old man, surprisingly, descended with a grim determination, his earlier confusion burned away by the immediate, tangible threat. Joyce followed, her feet finding the cold rungs in the dark. Thorn came last, pulling the heavy hatch closed above them just as the silver light from the fork finally died. The world plunged into a disorienting, total blackness. The sound of the SA shrieking blank was muffled, but the heavy, percussive impacts of its body against the hatch above them were terrifyingly clear. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ladder vibrated with each strike. "Keep moving down," Thorn's voice echoed in the tight space, calm and authoritative. "There is a landing approximately 30 feet below." Joyce descended, her hands gripping the rusted metal rungs, her senses overwhelmed. The darkness was so complete it felt physical, pressing against her eyes. The only reality was the rung beneath her hands, the one beneath her feet, and the rhythmic, metallic thunder from above. Her foot met a solid surface. "I'm here," she called out, her voice absorbed by the suffocating dark. She helped Mr. Finch off the last rung and they huddled together on what felt like a small concrete platform. A moment later, Thorn landed beside them, his presence more a feeling of displaced air than a sight. A sharp click, and a powerful beam of light cut through the blackness. Thorn was holding a rugged, industrial flashlight. He swept the beam around their small chamber. They were at the top of a spiral staircase that wound its way down into a colossal, cylindrical shaft. The walls of the shaft were not concrete or steel, but a strange, dark, crystalline rock that seemed to absorb the light, giving the impression of infinite depth. Faint, pulsing lines of a pale blue light, like dormant veins, were embedded in the rock itself. The pounding on the hatch above them stopped. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by their own ragged breathing. "Is it gone?" Joyce asked, the question seeming foolish as soon as she said it. "No," Thorn said, his flashlight beam aimed upward at the closed hatch. "It's thinking. It has never encountered active containment measures before. It's learning." He turned the beam downward, illuminating the spiraling stairs. "We must not linger." They began their descent. The staircase was a narrow metal catwalk bolted directly to the crystalline rock. As they moved lower, the air grew colder, and a low, persistent hum began to rise from the depths, resonating with the pulsing blue veins in the walls. "What is this place?" Mr. Finch asked, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "The core you mentioned." "This is the primary laboratory. The hospital above is merely the superstructure, the buffer zone," Thorn explained as they walked. "The shaft itself is a naturally occurring geological formation, a singularity where conventional physics are pliable. This is the epicenter of the dimensional weakness." "And you built a hospital on top of it," Joyce said, incredulous. "It was the perfect cover," Thorn replied, his voice flat, "and the perfect source of test subjects. We call it the theory of echoes. A healthy, stable mind is resistant to low-level reality distortion. It papers over the cracks, but a mind under stress, suffering from illness, trauma, dementia." He glanced at Mr. Finch. "It becomes a more sensitive instrument. It registers the echoes from the other side. The hospital provided a steady supply of such instruments." "You used sick people as guinea pigs," Joyce said, her voice laced with disgust. "We used them as sensors," Thorn corrected, his tone clinical. "To monitor the whispers from beyond the veil, To categorize the phenomena, most are harmless. Type 1s are simple auditory or visual hallucinations. Type 2s are localized temporal loops, a few seconds of a memory replaying. The blank was the first type 3 we encountered, an entity with a degree of sentience. He stopped and shone his light on a section of the crystalline wall. Embedded within the dark rock was something that looked like a fossil. It was a trilobite, an ancient arthropod that had been extinct for 250 million years. But trapped in the rock beside it was a modern, disposable plastic syringe. Two impossible objects from different eons, locked together in stone. Time is not linear here, Thorne said softly. It's tangled. This entire shaft is a scar on the timeline of reality. They continued down, the spiral staircase seeming to go on forever. The humming grew louder, the blue veins in the rock pulsing more brightly. So Pinter, the janitor, Joyce started, trying to piece it all together. That was your echo, a version of you that the staff could see. A controlled projection, a persona. It allowed me to move freely, to observe without raising suspicion, Thorne confirmed. It appears the hospital itself has learned the trick. Your friend, the security guard. He is what we would classify as a Type 4 incursion, a physical reappropriation of biological matter by an outside force, a new and alarming development. The memory of the static Marcus, its jerking movements and elongated limbs, sent a fresh wave of horror through Joyce. Can you save him? Thorne was silent for a long moment. There is nothing to save, he said finally, his voice devoid of pity. The man you knew as Marcus Cole is gone. What remains is an echo, a puppet of flesh and static animated by the blank's will. A tool, nothing more. The finality in his voice was chilling. He spoke of Marcus as a broken piece of equipment. Joyce felt a surge of anger. This man, this cold, calculating scientist, was responsible for all of it. He had treated human lives as data points, and now he was acting as their reluctant savior. They reached the bottom of the shaft. The staircase ended on a circular platform in the center of a vast, dome-shaped chamber. The entire room pulsed with the soft, blue light from the crystalline walls. In the center of the platform was a console, but it was unlike anything Joyce had ever seen. It wasn't made of metal or plastic. It seemed to be grown from the same dark crystal as the walls, a single, seamless structure with a smooth, black surface. The primary containment node, Thorne announced. He walked toward the console, his flashlight beam cutting through the blue haze. As he got closer, the surface of the console flickered to life. It didn't light up like a screen. Instead, intricate, glowing blue symbols like the ones on his tuning fork appeared, seeming to float just above the surface. This node generates a low-frequency resonance that reinforces the dimensional membrane across the entire facility, Thorne said, his fingers hovering over the glowing symbols. It should have re-engaged automatically when the MRI failed. The blank must be actively suppressing it. Suddenly, a loud, metallic shriek echoed from the top of the shaft. Joyce and Mr. Finch looked up. High above, at the point of darkness where the hatch was, a shape was emerging. It was the corrupted form of Marcus. It had somehow forced the hatch open and was now beginning its descent. But it wasn't using the stairs. It was crawling down the sheer, vertical wall of the shaft, its elongated limbs finding impossible purchase on the smooth, crystalline rock. It moved like a monstrous insect, its glitching, static-filled body a horrifying contrast to the ancient, pulsing blue light of the chamber. And it was not alone. Behind it, a river of black, oily tendrils began to pour from the opening, the main body of the hungering blank, no longer needing a puppet. It was descending upon them like a living avalanche of shadow. "It's here," Mr. Finch whispered, his voice trembling. "It has been drawn to the heart," Thorne said, his focus entirely on the glowing console. His fingers began to move, touching the symbols in a complex, rapid sequence. "It wants to consume the core. If it succeeds, the breach will not just be contained to this hospital. It will expand. It will swallow the entire town, then the state, then everything." The humming of the room deepened, the blue light intensifying as Thorne worked. A low, powerful thrumming began to build, the sound of an ancient, immense power being brought online. The static Marcus was halfway down the shaft now, moving with an unnatural speed. The great, black mass of the blank followed, eclipsing the darkness above, a tidal wave of absolute nothingness poised to crash down upon them. "I can't re-establish the main field while the entity is actively blocking it," Thorne said, his voice tight with concentration. "I need to create a focused purge, a directed energy burst. It will be violent." He glanced at Joyce, his eyes intense in the blue glow. "I need a target, a focal point. Its consciousness is diffuse, but it has anchors in our world. The things it has corrupted, it has the strongest connection to the first one, the security guard." He pointed a finger at the console. A single, glowing red symbol appeared on the surface. "This will initiate the purge, but it needs a biometric lock, a human touch. It is a failsafe to prevent the system from acting on its own. When I give the signal, you must place your hand on this symbol." Joyce stared at him, then at her own trembling hand, and then up at the horrifying figure of her former colleague scuttling down the wall toward them. He was asking her to be the one to pull the trigger, to execute the thing that wore her friend's face. I can't," she stammered. The black mass of the blank surged downward, letting out its silent, psychic scream of rage and hunger. The static Marcus was almost upon them, its empty, glitching face a mask of digital agony. "You can," Thorne said, his voice a low, urgent command. "And you will, or everything you have ever known will be erased." Chapter 8: The Erasure. The chamber throbbed with power. The air was thick with the hum of the core, a sound so low and powerful it felt like it was rearranging Joyce's bones. Above, the abomination that had been Marcus Cole scrambled down the last few feet of the crystalline wall, its static-wreathed body shedding pixels of darkness like dying embers. The greater mass of the blank, a chaotic waterfall of shadow, was right behind it, a tsunami of uncreation poised to annihilate them. Thorne didn't take his eyes off the console. Its connection to the physical world is strongest through its puppets. The purge will follow that connection like electricity down a wire. It will overload the vessel and hopefully cause a feedback loop that will stun the primary entity, he explained, his voice rapid and clinical, a lecture delivered at the end of the world. The resulting energy release will be significant, Get behind the console. It should provide some shielding. He pointed at the red, glowing symbol on the console's surface. On my mark, Joyce. Be ready. Joyce stumbled backward, pulling Mr. Finch with her. They crouched behind the solid crystal console, the blue light from its surface painting their terrified faces. She stared at the red symbol, the biometric lock, the trigger. Her hand felt alien, a disobedient limb she wasn't sure she could control. The static Marcus leaped from the wall, landing on the platform with a jarring thud that wasn't sound, but a dead impact, like a bag of wet sand hitting concrete. It stood 20 feet away, its head twitching violently. The digital noise that composed its form was crackling, its limbs spasming as the energy from the core intensified. It was a creature in agony, a radio tuned to a dead station at maximum volume. It's fighting the containment field, Thorne noted, a hint of academic curiosity in his tone. Fascinating. The creature raised its horrifically elongated arm, the one that had scraped the floors, and pointed a glitching finger directly at Joyce. From its gaping, silent mouth, a voice emerged. It was not Marcus's voice. It was not the blank's. It was her own. Subject's cognitive dissonance is reaching critical levels, her voice echoed, distorted and robotic from the creature's throat. Memory degradation at 17%. Recommend amnestic intervention. It was speaking her thoughts, her fears. It was inside her head. The blank wasn't just consuming her memories. It was reading her, cataloging her like one of Thorne's specimens. The great black mass of the main entity descended, its tendrils beginning to snake across the ceiling of the dome, casting everything in a deeper, more profound shadow. The blue light of the core seemed to dim under its oppressive presence. "It's now or never, Doctor," Mr. Finch yelled, his voice thin but fierce. "The field is charged," Thorne announced. "The channel is open, now, Joyce." Joyce lurched forward. Her mind was a whirlwind of protest and horror, but her body moved on pure survival instinct. She slammed her palm down onto the glowing red symbol. The crystal was not cold. It was warm and it vibrated, sending a jolt up her arm. The moment her skin made contact, the hum of the chamber skyrocketed into a single, pure, deafening tone. Every pulsing blue vein in the walls flared into brilliant, incandescent white light. The purge was unleashed. A beam of pure, white energy, thicker than a man's arm, erupted from a focal point on the dome's ceiling. It didn't travel like light. It was simply there, an instantaneous pillar connecting the core to the static Marcus. The creature was caught in the beam, its body arching back. It didn't scream. The sound that came from it was the shriek of 1,000 dying modems, a cacophony of electronic death. The digital static of its form intensified, a blizzard of black and white noise as the core's energy overloaded it. For a second it seemed to be working. The creature convulsed, its form flickering. But then the massive, shadowy body of the blank overhead surged. A dozen thick black tendrils shot down and wrapped around the beam of white light, as if trying to smother it, to consume the energy itself. "It's absorbing the purge," Thorne yelled, his composure finally breaking. "Impossible." The white beam sputtered. The pure white light was being corrupted, turning a sickly gray. The static Marcus, instead of being destroyed, began to change. Its body swelled, the static growing denser, pulling in the shadowy tendrils of the blank. It was no longer a puppet. It was becoming an avatar, a nexus point where the entity and the physical world merged. The creature's glitching form began to solidify. The static coalesced into a shifting, obsidian-like skin. Its limbs snapped back into a more human, if still distorted, proportion. Its face, once a chaotic mask of noise, smoothed over. It was the face of Marcus Cole, but it was utterly devoid of life, his eyes two empty pits of pure blackness. He looked at Joyce, and for the first time he smiled. It was a thin, cruel curve of his lips. And then he spoke, his voice now a calm, resonant baritone that had nothing to do with Marcus or Joyce or a machine. It was the voice of the blank itself. "Your science is a child's toy," the avatar said, its voice echoing in the chamber. "Your reality is a fragile crust, and I am hungry." It raised its hand, and the beam of energy connecting it to the core shattered like glass. The chamber plunged back into the dim, blue glow, the deep hum returning to its baseline. Thorne stared, his face pale with disbelief. It integrated the energy. It stabilized its physical form. It used our own weapon to anchor itself more deeply into this dimension. The avatar of the blank took a step toward them. The floor where it trod seemed to decay, the crystal turning a dull, lifeless gray. "The little minds are the sweetest," it said, its black eyes fixed on Mr. Finch. "Full of holes, so easy to peel apart like a ripe fruit." It lunged, moving with a speed that was utterly inhuman. Thorne reacted instantly. He shoved Joyce and Mr. Finch aside and stood his ground, holding up the silver tuning fork. It was a pathetic, desperate gesture against the monster they had just helped create. The avatar backhanded him. The blow was casual, almost dismissive, but it sent Thorne flying across the platform. He hit the far wall with a sickening crunch and slid to the floor, motionless. The silver tuning fork flew from his hand, skittering across the floor before falling off the platform into the darkness below. Their last defense was gone. Joyce scrambled backward, pulling Mr. Finch with her. They were trapped, cornered against the dead console. The avatar advanced on them, a slow, deliberate predator savoring the moment. Its smile widened. "Now," it said, its voice a soft purr, "let's see what memories you have for me. Let's start with the important ones. The face of your child, the warmth of the sun, your own name." It reached for her. Its fingers were long and cold, and as they neared her face, Joyce could feel a familiar, terrifying sensation, a hollowing out, a psychic vacuum pulling at the very foundations of her identity. This was it. This was the end, the erasure. But as the avatar's hand was inches from her, Mr. Finch did something extraordinary. The old man, frail and terrified, launched himself forward. He didn't attack. He stumbled and fell at the avatar's feet, clutching its leg. "You want holes, you want a leaky bucket," Mr. Finch cried, his voice a defiant roar. "Then take me. My mind is already broken. Choke on it." The avatar stopped, its black eyes looking down at the old man clinging to its leg. A look of confusion, of surprise, crossed its smooth, blank face. It had expected fear, not a willing sacrifice. In that moment of hesitation, as the entity's attention was fully focused on Mr. Finch, Joyce saw it, a flicker. In the avatar's chest, for a fraction of a second, an image appeared. It was a ghostly, translucent picture of the MRI machine's bore, the place of its birth into this new, stable form. It was a link, an echo, a weakness. Her mind, stripped of so much, was now a razor's edge of pure focus. She remembered Thorne's words. The MRI was a harmonic anchor. Even broken, the connection was still there. She scrambled to the console, her hands flying over the dormant, crystalline surface. She didn't know the symbols. She didn't know the science. But she knew her own machine. For 30 years she had run sequences, adjusted parameters, and commanded its magnetic heart. She closed her eyes and visualized her own console, her own keyboard. She pictured the command sequence for a system-wide, chaotic, emergency resonance pulse, a protocol so dangerous it was only ever discussed in theory. She didn't press buttons. She poured her will, her memory, her 30 years of experience into the dead console. And the core responded. It didn't light up. It didn't hum. It sent a single, silent pulse of pure information through the hospital's network, a ghost of a command aimed at the wreckage of her MRI machine, miles above their heads. The avatar stiffened, its smile vanished. It looked up as if sensing something far away. And from the top of the shaft, a new sound began, a faint, high-pitched whine. The sound of a multi-million-dollar machine, quenched, broken, and dead, trying to power on one last time. Chapter 9. The Last Echo. The high-pitched whine from the top of the shaft grew in intensity, a ghost in the machine screaming its swan song. The avatar of the blank stood frozen, its attention torn between the old man at its feet and the phantom command Joyce had just issued. The smooth, obsidian face contorted, not in pain, but in confusion, as if trying to process two contradictory streams of data. Mr. Finch clung to its leg, his eyes squeezed shut, a frail human anchor holding a godlike monster in place. "That's it, you bastard," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Look at me. Look at the broken pieces." Joyce scrambled away from the console, her body trembling with the after-effects of her desperate act. She didn't know if it had worked, or what working even meant anymore. She crawled to where Thorne lay crumpled against the wall. He was unconscious, a dark trickle of blood running from his temple, but he was still breathing. His mad science had failed, but in the end, it was his knowledge that had given her the weapon she needed. The whine from above reached a crescendo, then abruptly changed. It became a familiar series of sounds, a grotesque parody of a standard scan sequence, a ghostly, ethereal bang, clang. Bang, bang, bang echoed down the shaft, the death rattle of the MRI machine. It was replaying the scan that had started this nightmare, Mr. Finch's scan. The avatar shrieked, a sound that was half digital feedback, half organic rage. The ghostly image of the MRI bore in its chest flared, no longer translucent but a bright, burning wound of light. The phantom scan was attacking its point of origin, its anchor in the physical world. It was a snake eating its own tail. The creature's solidified form began to destabilize. The smooth, black skin cracked, revealing the chaotic, roiling static beneath. It was losing its cohesion, its hold on the physical laws of this dimension. It tried to pull away from Mr. Finch, but the old man held on with the tenacious grip of a drowning man. "You wanted my memories," Mr. Finch cried, his voice ringing with a wild, triumphant madness. "Have them all." And then he began to speak. He spoke of his wife, Martha, her smile, the scent of her perfume, the feel of her hand in his. He spoke of his childhood home, the pattern on the wallpaper, the creak of the third stair. He spoke of the son he lost in the war, the last letter he received, the pride and the gut-wrenching grief. He poured out a lifetime of love and loss, of joy and sorrow, a torrent of pure, unfiltered human experience. Each memory he spoke aloud seemed to strike the avatar like a physical blow. The creature shuddered and convulsed, the static of its body churning. It was being flooded with something it could not consume, something it could not understand. The chaotic, poignant, contradictory data of a human soul. The avatar raised its hands to its head, its form flickering violently between the solid black shape and the raw static. Incoherent, data, illogical, sentimental. It hissed, its resonant voice breaking apart into 1,000 fractured whispers. It was being poisoned by humanity. Joyce watched in stunned awe. Mr. Finch was not just a sacrifice, he was a weapon. His leaky bucket of a mind, the very thing that made him a victim, was now the entity's undoing. The great mass of the blank, the shadowy form that filled the top of the dome, began to retreat. It writhed and coiled, pulling its tendrils back from the chamber as its avatar was overwhelmed. It was decoupling, severing its connection to its failing anchor. It was cutting its losses and retreating into the spaces between worlds. The avatar of Marcus Cole let out one final, agonized shriek of digital noise. The burning image of the MRI bore in its chest flared nova bright, and the creature's entire body dissolved into a shower of black and white pixels, a blizzard of static that swirled in the air for a moment before fading into nothingness. It was gone. The phantom sound of the MRI scan from the top of the shaft sputtered and died. The last echo had faded. A profound, exhausted silence filled the core. The blue light from the crystalline walls returned to its soft, steady pulse. The air, which had been thick with menace, now just felt cold and ancient. Mr. Finch collapsed onto the floor, his body limp, his face pale but serene. He had poured everything out. He was an empty vessel. Joyce rushed to his side. He was still breathing, his chest rising and falling in a slow, even rhythm. He was at peace. Joyce looked around the silent chamber. Thorne was still unconscious. Mr. Finch was spent. The entity was gone for now. They had survived. But the hospital was still above them. The cage was still broken. And she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that the hungering blank was not destroyed. It had been repelled. It had been wounded. And it would remember them. She found Thorne's rugged flashlight on the floor where he had dropped it. Its beam was steady and strong. She knew they couldn't stay in the core. The hospital above was a dead zone, a place of corrupted echoes and lingering horrors. They had to find a way out, a true way out, not just an emergency exit into another part of the nightmare. She went back to Thorne's still body. She gently searched his pockets, her hands shaking. She found a small, worn leather wallet. Inside was not money, but a single plastic keycard with a magnetic strip. The only text on it read, Sublevel 7, Western Spire Observatory. The observatory, a place to see out. It was their only hope. She had to wake him. He was the only one who knew the way. She gently shook his shoulder. Dr. Thorne, she said, her voice a raw whisper in the vast, silent room. Eris, wake up. You have to wake up. You have to get us out of your laboratory. His eyelids fluttered. He groaned, a low sound of pain. His eyes opened, unfocused at first, then slowly locking onto her. Did we contain it? He mumbled, his words slurred. We pushed it back, Joyce said, but it will be back. The whole hospital is unstable. He nodded slowly, a grim understanding dawning on his face. The echoes will remain, the Marcus thing, the cat. They are autonomous now, glitches in the system. The house is haunted by its own failed antibodies. He pushed himself up, wincing in pain. The observatory, it's our only viable exit. He took the keycard from her hand. The path will not be easy. The hospital will fight us. It sees us as an infection now. Joyce looked at the peaceful form of Mr. Finch, then at the grim, battered scientist beside her. She thought of her quiet, orderly life in the control room, a life that now seemed like a dream from another person's past. That person was gone, erased. She was someone else now, a survivor. Let it try, she said, her voice steady and hard. She helped Thorne to his feet, and together they went to carry the man who had saved them. They were 3 broken pieces, but they were all that was left, and their only way was up, back into the heart of the haunted house. Chapter 10. The First Sunrise. The journey back up was a tense, surreal pilgrimage through a dying world. The emergency lights in the main shaft had failed, and Thorne's single flashlight beam was their only guide as they ascended the spiral staircase, carrying the unconscious form of Mr. Finch between them. The air was still, the crystalline walls now inert, the blue pulse extinguished. The core was dormant. The blank's retreat caused a system-wide cascade failure, Thorne explained, his voice strained as they climbed. The core is in a protective lockdown. No power, no containment field. Nothing is holding the smaller anomalies in check anymore. They reached the top and pushed open the heavy maintenance hatch. The boiler room was silent and dark, the 2 iron behemoths now just cold, dead metal. The oppressive, living presence of the building was gone, replaced by an empty, waiting silence that was somehow worse. They made their way through the labyrinthine basement, their flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. They saw things in the shadows. A janitor's cart moved on its own, its wheels squeaking softly as it rolled down a corridor and vanished. The faint sound of a child's laughter echoed from the empty pediatric ward. The ghost of a nurse in a starched, old-fashioned uniform walked through a solid wall, her face a mask of serene indifference. The hospital was settling, its ghosts no longer bound by any rules. They avoided the main MRI suite. Joyce could feel a coldness emanating from it, a lingering stain of the battle that had been fought there. Their destination was Sublevel 7, a floor that didn't officially exist on any hospital schematic. They found the access point hidden behind a false panel in a linen closet on the fourth floor. Thorne swiped the keycard, and a section of the wall slid open, revealing a small, stark, industrial elevator. This spire was built as a private research wing for the project's chief benefactors, Thorne said as they stepped inside. A place for them to observe the results in comfort and safety. The elevator rose with a smooth, silent hum, a stark contrast to the clanking, chaotic service elevators of the main hospital. When the doors opened, the change was jarring. They were in a corridor that looked more like a luxury hotel than a hospital. It was paneled in dark wood, with plush carpeting and soft, recessed lighting. It was pristine, untouched by the decay and horror below. At the end of the hall were two large oak doors. Thorne pushed them open, and they stepped into the observatory. It was a large, circular room, its outer wall made entirely of sweeping, floor-to-ceiling glass. In the center of the room were several plush leather armchairs, all oriented toward the glass. The place had the sterile, untouched feel of a museum exhibit. But it was the view that stole Joyce's breath. They were high up, far higher than the main hospital building. The observatory was the top of a thin, hidden spire that pierced the sky. Below them, the sprawling, blocky form of St. Jude's Regional Hospital was laid out like a blueprint. And beyond it, the city slept under the pre-dawn sky. The view was panoramic, stunning, and most importantly, real. And in the east, the first, faint hint of orange was touching the horizon. Sunrise. This is the only section of the facility that is fully shielded from the temporal and dimensional distortion, Thorne said, his voice soft with a kind of reverence. A bubble of pure, unadulterated reality. They gently laid Mr. Finch down on one of the plush carpets. His breathing was still even, his face peaceful. He looked like he was merely sleeping. Joyce walked to the immense glass window, pressing her hand against its cool surface. She could see the streets, the houses, the distant headlights of a lone car. A world that was completely unaware of the cosmic horrors churning in the basement of the hospital on the hill. She saw the first rays of the sun cut through the darkness, painting the clouds in hues of pink and gold. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She felt a tear roll down her cheek. It wasn't a tear of sadness or fear, but of profound, bone-deep relief. Thorne came to stand beside her, his battered face illuminated by the dawn. "It will not end here," he said quietly. "The blank is an explorer, an invasive pioneer. It has found our dimension. It will find other thin places, other cracks to seep through. And there are others, worse things than the blank, sleeping in the static between worlds." "Then we have to warn someone," Joyce said, turning to him. "We have to tell them what's down there, what you did." Thorne gave a wry, sad smile. "And who would believe us? We are a disgraced scientist presumed dead for a decade and a night shift technician with no proof and a story that sounds like a madwoman's raving. And our only witness," he glanced at Mr. Finch, "is a dementia patient who just saved the world by weaponizing his own confusion." He was right. They were ghosts, just like the hospital. Survivors of a secret war no one knew was being fought. "So what do we do?" Joyce asked. Thorne looked out at the rising sun, his eyes filled with a weary, grim resolve. The hospital is a lost cause, a haunted house that must be sealed, but the work is not over. My research, my data, it's a bestiary, a field guide to the things that live in the dark. I know their classifications, their weaknesses. The blank was a type 3. I have theoretical models for entities all the way up to type 7. He looked at Joyce, his gaze piercing. You have a unique resilience to psychic distortion, Mrs. Gable. You survived direct mental contact with the blank. You interfaced with the core on a purely intuitive level. You are not just a survivor. You are a weapon. A new kind of dread, cold and different from the terror of the night, began to dawn on Joyce. He was offering her a job. I'm an MRI technician, she said, her voice barely a whisper. You were an MRI technician, Thorne corrected her gently. Now, you're the woman who fought a conceptual entity and won. The world needs people like that, because the night is full of hungry things, and the sun can't hold them back forever. He left the offer hanging in the air, a question mark painted against the dawn. Joyce looked away from him back out the window. The sun was fully up now, bathing the city in a clean, hopeful light. It looked so normal, so safe. She could walk out of here, try to forget, try to rebuild a life from the pieces the blank had left her. Or she could turn back into the dark, armed with a madman's knowledge and her own shattered sanity, to stand watch on the walls of a reality she now knew was terrifyingly fragile. She looked at Mr. Finch, the quiet hero sleeping on the floor. She thought of Marcus, a good man reduced to a glitch and then to nothing. It wasn't a choice. It was a responsibility. The person who could go back to a normal life had been erased hours ago in a small control room in the basement. She turned back to Thorne, her expression set, her eyes clear. The sun cast her long shadow across the floor of the empty room. "All right, doctor," she said, her voice steady and sure. "Show me the research on Type 4. Chapter 11. Triage and Treatises. The golden light of the new day streaming through the observatory glass felt like a sacrilege. It was a light of normalcy, of warmth and life, and it had no place in the cold, dead reality they now inhabited. Joyce stood, watching the city awaken, feeling a profound and unsettling disconnect. She was a ghost looking in on a world she was no longer a part of. Thorne had retrieved a first aid kit from a storage locker and was tending to the gash on his head with a detached, clinical efficiency. The silence in the room was heavy, broken only by the soft, steady breathing of Mr. Finch and the rustle of Thorne's movements. "The research on Type 4s, Joyce said, her voice flat, turning away from the window. The beautiful sunrise now seemed like a mockery. You were going to show me." Thorne paused, pressing a sterile gauze pad to his temple. He looked at her, his eyes assessing her state. He seemed satisfied by the hard resolve he found there. "Very well." He walked to a section of the dark wood paneling on the wall and pressed his palm against it. A nearly invisible seam glowed with blue light, and a panel slid open, revealing a hidden alcove. Inside was a sleek black computer terminal. He tapped a few commands onto its dark screen, and a holographic display shimmered to life in the air above it. It showed a complex, rotating diagram of a human brain, covered in swirling patterns of light. The entity you call the hungering blank is a Type 3 incursive entity, Thorne began, his voice shifting back into its familiar lecture tone. Its primary function is consumption. It feeds on abstract concepts, memory, identity, emotion. Its physical manifestations are secondary, a byproduct of its feeding. They are crude, violent, and chaotic, like your friend Marcus. The name hit Joyce like a punch, but her face remained a stone mask. A Type 4, Thorne continued, swiping his hand through the air, the hologram changing to a video feed, is far more insidious. Its primary function is not consumption. It is replication. The video was grainy, time-stamped from 3 years prior. It showed a security camera feed of a hospital room in St. Jude. A patient lay sleeping in the bed. A nurse entered the room, checked the patient's vitals, and adjusted his pillow. Everything looked perfectly normal. "Observe," Thorne said. He tapped the hologram and a series of biometric readings appeared alongside the video. Heart rate, temperature, galvanic skin response. "This is Nurse Cartwright. She worked here for 15 years. A model employee." He fast-forwarded the footage. The nurse left the room. An hour passed in a few seconds. Then the nurse entered again. She performed the exact same tasks, checked the vitals, adjusted the pillow, left. "A temporal loop," Joyce guessed, remembering his earlier explanation. "No," Thorne said grimly. "Watch the timestamp." He replayed the two events at normal speed. The first nurse entered at 2:14 a.m. The second one entered at 3:22 a.m. They were two separate events. "Now watch her," Thorne said, zooming in on the nurse's face. The first one. He highlighted her hand as she checked the patient's pulse. A small, almost unnoticeable tremor in her fingers. Early onset Parkinson's, a recent diagnosis she had confided in her doctor, me. He then zoomed in on the second nurse. Her hand was perfectly steady. The tremor was gone. "The second nurse is the Type 4, he explained. "A replicant echo. It copies a person or an object with near-perfect fidelity, but it smooths out the imperfections. It corrects the flaws. The tremor is gone. A scar the real Nurse Cartwright had on her cheek is absent. It creates a more perfect, more idealized version." "To what end?" Joyce asked, a cold dread creeping up her spine. "What's the point?" "It's a lure," Thorne said, his voice low. "A trap. The replicant performs its loop, its routine. It seems normal, harmless, but its purpose is to draw you in, to make you lower your guard. Once you interact with it, once you accept its flawed perfection as reality." He swiped the hologram again. The footage changed. It now showed a young doctor entering the patient's room. He spoke to the second nurse, the replicant. They had a brief, smiling conversation. The doctor turned his back to her to check the patient's chart. The replicant's face went utterly blank, its smile vanishing. It reached out and placed its hand on the back of the doctor's neck. The doctor didn't scream, he just faded. His body became translucent, then vanished entirely, leaving no trace. The nurse replicant turned, its pleasant smile back in place, and walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. "It doesn't consume you like the blank," Thorne stated. "It removes you from the timeline. It erases you from existence. Your friends forget you. Your family forgets you. Every record of your life vanishes. You become a paradox, a ghost that never was. Joyce felt a wave of vertigo. To die was one thing. To be unmade was another. To be completely and totally erased. It was a violation on a cosmic scale. The real Nurse Cartwright retired a week after this footage was taken, Thorne said, shutting down the hologram. She never knew a perfect, soulless copy of her was being used as bait in the basement. This is the danger of the hospital now. The blank's chaotic energy has supercharged the environment. The facility can now generate these echoes on its own. Anything could be a trap, a familiar face, a welcoming door, a memory of safety. Joyce looked over at the still form of Mr. Finch. He was the reason they were alive. They couldn't just leave him here. "What about him?" she asked, her voice soft. "We have to get him out." Thorne nodded, his expression softening for the first time. "I agree. His sacrifice must be honored, and I cannot have a civilian casualty on my conscience, even a posthumous one." He gestured toward a discreet door on the far side of the observatory. "This spire has its own exit, a service tunnel that leads 2 miles west, emerging in a storm-drained downtown. It was my private way in and out. It bypasses the main hospital entirely." It was a lifeline, a real one. "We can take him to another hospital," Joyce said, a plan forming. "We can leave him there anonymously. An elderly John Doe found wandering. He'll get the care he needs." "A sound plan," Thorne agreed. He went to a closet and retrieved a folded gurney. As he set it up, his gaze drifted to a bank of monitors built into the wall, dark until now. They were high-resolution security feeds, far superior to the grainy ones in her old control room. "Let's check the weather, so to speak." He powered on the monitors. Dozens of images from around the hospital complex flickered to life. The basement was a mess of static and distorted images. The upper floors were clearer. They showed empty corridors, vacant patient rooms, a silent cafeteria. The hospital was a ghost ship. Then one camera feed caught Joyce's eye. It was focused on the main entrance to the ER. An ambulance was parked outside, its lights flashing silently. 2 paramedics were wheeling a gurney toward the automatic doors. "Someone called them," Joyce breathed. "The power failure, the quench. It must have triggered an automated alarm." "No," Thorne said, leaning closer to the screen, his eyes narrowed. "The city's emergency services are linked to our system. I would have received a notification. This is unscheduled." The paramedics wheeled the gurney into the ER lobby. They looked professional, calm. One of them, a tall man with a dark beard, looked up, as if sensing the camera, and smiled. It was a pleasant, reassuring smile. A perfect smile, too perfect. Joyce felt the blood drain from her face. "It's a lure," she whispered. "A Type 4. Thorne's jaw tightened. "It's faster than I thought. The hospital is already setting its traps, it's fishing." The 2 paramedics left their gurney in the lobby and began walking purposefully toward the elevators, their movements synchronized, their expressions identical masks of calm competence. They were headed into the heart of the hospital. They were the welcome party for any other first responders who might arrive. Joyce and Thorne looked at each other, the same horrifying realization dawning on both of them. Their plan to escape had just become infinitely more complicated. They couldn't just leave. The hospital was now an active predator, and it had just laid its first piece of bait. Leaving now meant abandoning not just the hospital, but any poor soul who might try to enter it. Our exit tunnel is on the other side of the main building, accessible from the surgical wing on the third floor, Thorne said, his voice grim. To get there, we'll have to go right through the heart of the hospital. He looked from the monitors showing the two perfect paramedics to the real, flawed, unconscious old man on their gurney. Their mission had changed. It wasn't just about escape anymore. It was about running a gauntlet through a waking nightmare, all while protecting the one truly innocent person left within its walls. Chapter 12: The Wrong Floor. The descent from the sterile perfection of the observatory back into the hospital proper was like willingly diving into a polluted sea. They wheeled Mr. Finch on the gurney into the private elevator, the silent ride down feeling like a final moment of peace before the plunge. The doors opened not into the luxurious corridor of the spire, but into the stark, utilitarian reality of the hospital's third-floor surgical wing. The air was the first thing that hit them. It was cold and carried a faint, coppery scent that Joyce recognized as old blood, mixed with the sharp, antiseptic smell of iodine. The lights were on, but they were a flickering, unreliable yellow that cast writhing shadows. The hospital's systems are unstable but not entirely dead, Thorne whispered, his flashlight beam cutting a nervous path down the corridor. Its power is being rerouted, diverted to other functions. Their path was simple: follow the signs for the West Wing, get to the access point for the tunnel, and get out. But the hospital had other ideas. The first sign they encountered for the West Wing pointed down a long corridor. They walked for what felt like 5 minutes, the gurney's wheels squeaking a steady rhythm, but the end of the corridor seemed to get no closer. "It's a loop," Joyce said, stopping. She remembered Thorne's description of a Type 2 anomaly, a localized temporal distortion. "No," Thorne said, pointing his flashlight at the wall. The paint was subtly bubbling like heated plastic. "Worse, the architecture is becoming fluid. It's actively trying to funnel us." He turned and pointed the beam back the way they came. The corridor behind them was gone. It was now a solid wall of pale green tile. They were trapped. "It knows we're here," Joyce breathed. "It's hurting us." "Like an amoeba folding around a piece of bacteria," Thorne agreed grimly. "We need to get off its chosen path." He scanned the walls and pointed to a set of double doors marked OR3. "In here. We'll cut through the operating rooms." He pushed the door open and they entered. The operating room was a landscape of stainless steel and dark glass. A heavy operating lamp hung over a central table like a giant, multi-eyed insect. The room was unnaturally cold, but it wasn't empty. A full surgical team was present. A surgeon, 2 nurses, and an anesthesiologist, all in blue scrubs and masks. They were frozen in place, like a photograph. The surgeon's hands were poised over a patient on the table, a scalpel held delicately in his fingers. The patient was covered by a sheet, only a small, prepped area of abdomen visible. Echoes, Thorne whispered. Don't touch them. They began to wheel the gurney carefully around the edge of the room. As they passed the surgical team, Joyce felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The figures were completely motionless, yet she had the undeniable sensation of being watched by the blank, masked faces. As they reached the far side of the room, Mr. Finch stirred on the gurney. He let out a low moan, his eyes fluttering open. He looked around the room, his gaze fixing on the frozen tableau of the surgical team. "They're waiting," he murmured, his voice weak. "The doctor," he made a mistake, dropped his watch inside the man. "They're waiting for the moment to start over, and over, and over." His lucid eyes then met Joyce's. The house remembers all its little mistakes. Before Joyce could respond, the lead surgeon's head snapped toward them. The movement was impossibly fast, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound like old bone breaking. The other figures remained frozen. The surgeon, his masked face now aimed directly at them, slowly raised his scalpel. "We're not part of his memory," Thorne hissed. "We're an anomaly. Go now." They shoved the gurney through the adjoining door into a scrub room just as the surgeon echo took a stiff, sliding step away from the operating table. They found themselves in a maze of interconnected surgical suites and recovery rooms. Each one they entered held its own strange, frozen moment. A nurse silently weeping in a supply closet. Two doctors locked in a whispered, heated argument, their words inaudible. A patient sitting bolt upright on a gurney, his face a mask of terror, staring at a blank wall. The hospital was a gallery of its own worst moments. They finally emerged back into a main corridor. A sign for the West Wing pointed down a flight of stairs. It seemed too easy. "It's another lure," Joyce said immediately. "Agreed," Thorne replied. He shone his light on the floor. It was clean, polished, too clean. There was no dust, no grime. It was a perfect floor, a Type 4 replication. He stamped his foot. The sound was dull, flat, wrong. "The real staircase will be imperfect," Joyce reasoned. "It'll be dirty, scuffed." They began searching. They found two more stairwells, both as unnervingly clean as the first. The hospital was trying to trick them, offering them idealized, false paths. Finally, behind a fire door, they found it. A concrete stairwell, grimy and utilitarian. The concrete was cracked, the walls covered in graffiti left by bored maintenance staff. It felt real. "This is it," Thorne said with confidence. They carefully maneuvered Mr. Finch's gurney down the stairs. The air grew warmer, the sounds of the hospital fading. This felt right. They reached the bottom and found themselves in a short, tiled hallway. At the end was a single door. It was old, wooden, with a small, brass plaque. The plaque read, "Morgue." "No," Joyce said, her heart sinking. "It tricked us." The grimy, imperfect staircase hadn't been the real path. It had been a different kind of lure, a psychological one. The hospital had learned what they were looking for and had created a trap tailored to their expectations. It was evolving, its intelligence growing at a terrifying rate. The door to the stairwell behind them slammed shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot. A heavy lock clicked into place. They were trapped again. The morgue door slowly creaked open. A wave of intense cold rolled out. carrying the sweet, cloying scent of chemical preservatives and decay. The room beyond was dark. "We have no choice," Thorne said, his voice grim. He pushed the gurney forward through the doorway. The morgue was small, its walls lined with the refrigerated stainless steel lockers for the dead. In the center of the room was a single metal table. Lying on the table under a white sheet was a body. As soon as they entered the room, the door swung shut behind them. The room was not completely dark. A faint, pale light emanated from one of the refrigerated lockers. The light pulsed softly, like a weak heartbeat. One of the locker doors, halfway down the wall, slowly opened with a metallic groan. It wasn't the one that was glowing. It was a dark one near the floor. A hand snaked out. It was small, pale, and childlike. Then an arm. A small girl no older than 9 in a pale pink hospital gown crawled out of the locker. Her hair was matted, her skin had a grayish, waxy sheen. Her eyes were wide and completely black. She looked at them, a sad, lost child in a room of the dead. Joyce recognized her instantly from the hospital's patient records she sometimes glanced at. Maya Cruz, a little girl who had died of leukemia on this floor 6 months ago. An echo. The girl pointed a trembling finger at the sheet-covered body on the central table. "He's scared," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. "He doesn't want the new doctor to see him." "New doctor?" Thorne asked, his voice cautious, positioning himself between the girl and the gurney. The girl echo nodded toward the glowing locker. The pulsing light within was getting brighter. The one with the perfect smile. The handle on the glowing locker turned. The door swung open. A figure stood silhouetted in the brilliant, pale light. It was tall, wearing the uniform of a paramedic. Its face was cast in shadow, but they could see the clean, sharp lines of its beard. It was one of the replicants from the ER. But it had changed. Its body was surrounded by a faint, shimmering aura of distortion. It had been hunting through the hospital, and it had been feeding. It had absorbed the echoes of other doctors, other nurses, its form becoming a composite, a gestalt of medical authority. "Patient exhibits signs of anxiety and paranoia," the replicant said, its voice a smooth, calming baritone. It took a step into the room. "Family is not present, authorizing sedative protocol." It raised its hand. Its fingers were no longer fingers. They had sharpened, elongated into a cluster of gleaming, silver needles like a monstrous syringe. "It's a Type 4 hybrid," Thorne breathed, a note of horrified awe in his voice. "It's merging with the hospital's own medical authority. It's not just a lure anymore. It's the cure." The replicant took another step, its needles aimed at Mr. Finch. It was here to cure the last patient, to erase the final, flawed piece of humanity from its domain. The hospital was no longer just a passive trap. It was actively, methodically cleaning house. Chapter 13. The Last Prescription. The air in the morgue was thick and cold, a tomb-like stillness broken only by the hum of the refrigerated lockers and the soft, pulsing light from the empty compartment. The replicant hybrid, the paramedic with the face of a recruiting poster and the hands of a torturer, advanced on them. Its movements were smooth, efficient, and utterly devoid of wasted motion. It was the physical manifestation of the hospital's new predatory intelligence. "Stay behind me," Thorne ordered, pushing Joyce and the gurney back. He stood his ground, a battered scientist against a creature of idealized medical horror. "Its directive is to treat the patient. It will perceive us as obstacles to that treatment." "What's the treatment?" Joyce asked, her voice trembling as she looked at the cluster of shining needles that had replaced the creature's hand. "Erasure," Thorne said grimly, "the ultimate cure for all ailments." The little girl echo of Maya Cruz cowered in the corner, her black eyes wide with a terror that transcended death. "Don't let him make me better," she whispered. "I don't want to be better." The hybrid stopped, its head tilting as it processed the new date point. "Uncooperative pediatric patient noted, file cross-referenced, diagnosis, terminal, prognosis, expired." Its head snapped back to Mr. Finch. "Prioritizing living subject." It lunged. Thorne didn't have a weapon, but he had his intellect. He didn't try to block the attack. Instead, he grabbed a rolling steel tray of autopsy tools and shoved it directly into the creature's path. The hybrid, with its perfect, fluid movements, sidestepped it easily, but the momentary diversion was all Thorne needed. He darted to the side, yanking open one of the empty, dark morgue lockers at eye level. "Joyce, the light!" he yelled. Joyce didn't understand the command, but she reacted instantly. She grabbed the heavy flashlight from the gurney and aimed its powerful beam directly into the replicant's face. The creature flinched, not from the light itself, but from its imperfection. The beam was too bright, too focused, a stark contrast to the diffuse, even glow of the hospital's own lighting. It was an unwelcome piece of reality in its curated world. In that split second of hesitation, Thorne slammed the heavy, stainless steel locker door into the side of the creature's head. The impact was immense. The sound was not the crack of bone, but the shattering of a porcelain doll, a high, ringing crunch. The creature stumbled, its perfect face cracking, revealing a dark, empty void beneath the surface. It wasn't flesh and blood. It was a shell. It staggered back, its head whipping around to face Thorne. The pleasant, reassuring mask was gone, replaced by a fractured visage of rage. One of its eyes was a spiderweb of cracks, the other still beamed a vacant, perfect calm. "Obstruction of medical procedure is a Class 3 violation," it said, its voice now laced with a discordant static, its two mismatched eyes giving it a horrifying, asymmetrical appearance. "Lethal intervention authorized." It raised its needle hand and swiped at Thorne. The scientist threw himself backward, the silver needles missing his throat by inches, gouging deep scratches into the steel of the locker door. The creature was faster, stronger. They couldn't fight it. Mr. Finch, who had been lying still on the gurney, suddenly sat bolt upright. His eyes were wide and lucid, but they weren't looking at the creature. They were looking at the body on the central table, still covered by a sheet. "He's not scared anymore," Mr. Finch said, his voice clear and strong. "He's angry." The sheet on the table began to move. Something underneath was stirring. The hybrid paused its attack on Thorne, its fractured head turning to this new variable. It slowly approached the table, its needle hand retracting slightly, its directive momentarily confused. It was a doctor, and this was a patient. With a sudden, violent motion, the thing under the sheet sat up. The sheet fell away. It wasn't a human body. It was what was left of the corrupted cat thing. The creature they had last seen battling the static Marcus in the staff lounge. It was mangled, its gray skin torn, one of its limbs twisted at a sickening angle. It had been defeated, its body brought here to the morgue. But it wasn't dead. It was another one of the hospital's failed antibodies, a piece of chaotic, corrupted data that refused to be deleted. And it recognized the replicant. It recognized the cold, sterile perfection that was the antithesis of its own chaotic nature. The cat abomination let out a guttural, hissing snarl and leaped from the table, not at Joyce or Thorne, but directly at the replicant. The two monsters collided. It was a battle of two opposing horrors. The embodiment of sterile, clean erasure versus the embodiment of chaotic, violent corruption. The replicant stabbed with its needle fingers, while the cat thing clawed and bit with a savage fury. "The door," Thorne yelled, scrambling to his feet. "It's the only way." He ran to the main morgue door, the one they had been trapped by, and began pulling on the handle. It was locked tight. Joyce rushed to help him. They both pulled, their feet sliding on the slick floor, but the heavy door wouldn't budge. The sounds of the monstrous fight behind them grew more savage, a symphony of snarls and shattering porcelain. "It's no good," Joyce cried. "It's sealed from the outside." Suddenly, the little girl echo of Maya Cruz was beside them. She didn't look at them. She looked at the door. She raised her small, pale hand and pressed it against the cold, unyielding metal. "He doesn't like locked doors," she whispered. "It reminds him of the box." The lock on the door gave a loud click. The door swung open. Joyce stared at the little girl, then at the open doorway. The ghost of a child, a harmless echo, had saved them. The hospital was so busy trying to kill them with its new, powerful monsters that it had forgotten about its old, quiet ones. "Go," Thorne urged, not questioning the miracle. He grabbed the gurney and pushed it out into the hallway. Joyce turned for one last look. The replicant had impaled the cat thing on its needle hand, lifting it into the air. But the cat thing, in its death throes, had sunk its teeth deep into the replicant's fractured face, ripping and tearing. Both creatures were coming apart, dissolving into a shower of static and gore. Then Joyce's eyes met those of Maya Cruz. The little girl gave a small, sad smile and raised a finger to her lips in a gesture of shared secrecy. Then she faded, her form dissolving like smoke, her purpose served. Joyce turned and ran, following Thorne down the corridor. They didn't look back. They found the access panel to the West Spire tunnel exactly where Thorne said it would be. He swiped his keycard, and a section of wall slid away, revealing a dark, circular tunnel stretching into the distance. They pushed the gurney inside, and the panel slid shut behind them, sealing them away from the horrors of St. Jude. The only sound was the squeak of the gurney's wheels and their own ragged breathing. They walked for what felt like an eternity, the 2-mile journey a silent, exhausted procession. Finally, they saw a faint light ahead. They emerged from a storm drain into a dirty alleyway, the sounds of morning traffic and the rising sun greeting them like a long-forgotten dream. They were out, they were free. They wheeled the gurney to the entrance of a different hospital, a clean, bright, normal place bustling with the mundane emergencies of a new day. They left Mr. Finch near the entrance, a blanket tucked around him, an anonymous note pinned to his gown. Please help HIM. Joyce took one last look at the old man. His face was peaceful, a faint smile on his lips. The man who had faced down a cosmic horror and poisoned it with his memories. He had been their compass in the madness. They watched from a distance as a pair of real nurses, flawed and human, rushed out to help him. Then she and Thorne slipped away into the morning crowds. They stood on a street corner, two survivors who didn't belong, the rising sun warming their faces. The city was alive around them, oblivious. "It's over," Joyce said, though it didn't feel like it. "No," Thorne replied, his gaze distant, as if already scanning a new horizon of threats. "It's not over. We didn't win. We just survived the opening round." He looked at her, his eyes serious, the exhaustion replaced by the familiar, grim resolve. "The world is a haunted house, Joyce, and now we're the ones who have to inspect the foundations." Joyce looked up at the sky, a perfect, clear blue. It was beautiful, but she knew now what Thorne knew. She knew about the cracks. She knew about the things that seeped through from the other side, the things that wore the faces of nurses and whispered on the radio. She could never unknow it. Her old life was a ghost, her old self an echo, but she was not erased. She had been rewritten, and her new story was just beginning. She took a deep breath of the cool morning air, turned to the mad scientist who was now her only partner, and nodded. "Where do we start?" she asked. Chapter 14. The Dust of the World. The city of Northgate at 7 in the morning was a symphony of the mundane. Street sweepers hissed along the gutters, delivery trucks rumbled, and the first wave of commuters moved with a bleary-eyed purpose toward their daily routines. For Joyce, every normal sight was a fresh wound. The casual way a woman checked her reflection in a shop window, the easy laughter of two construction workers sharing a joke, these were artifacts from a life she no longer had access to. The world kept turning, oblivious to the fact that its very foundations were cracked. Thorne navigated the city with a quiet, practiced ease. He led them away from the bustling downtown area into a forgotten industrial district of brick warehouses and rusted railway lines. He stopped before a featureless corrugated steel door set into a wall of grimy, soot-stained brick. There was no handle, no lock, only a small, dark square of glass near the frame. Thorne placed his eye against it, and a faint red light scanned his retina. A moment later, a heavy ka-chunk echoed from within, and the door slid sideways into the wall. "My primary off-site research station," he said, gesturing them inside. "Welcome to the archive." The interior was a stark contrast to the grimy exterior. It was a single, cavernous space, meticulously organized and climate-controlled. Towering shelves filled with thousands of leather-bound books and gray archival boxes lined the walls, creating narrow canyons of paper and knowledge. In the center of the room was a clean, modern workstation with several monitors, surrounded by strange-looking devices. Brass spheres wrapped in copper wire, oscilloscopes with jagged crystal displays, and what looked like a series of interconnected tuning forks of varying sizes. The air smelled of old paper, ozone, and dust, not the dust of neglect, but the ancient, settled dust of the world itself. "Make yourselves comfortable," Thorne said, though there was nothing comfortable about the room. He pointed to a small alcove containing a minimalist kitchen and a door that presumably led to a bathroom. "There is food in the refrigerator, coffee. You should both get some rest." Joyce felt a pang of phantom comfort at the mention of coffee, but the thought of sleep was impossible. Sleep meant closing her eyes, and she was terrified of what she might see in the dark. She wheeled Mr. Finch's gurney to a clear space on the floor. The old man was still deeply unconscious, his face slack, the serenity of his sacrifice now looking more like a profound and permanent absence. While Thorne busied himself at his workstation, his fingers flying across a keyboard, Joyce found the bathroom. It was as sterile and functional as the rest of the place. She turned on the tap and splashed cold water on her face, staring at her reflection in the small, stainless steel mirror. Her face was a stranger's. Her eyes were hollow, bruised with exhaustion. A fine tremor ran through her hands. She saw a flicker of movement behind her in the reflection and spun around, her heart seizing in her chest. There was nothing there, just a blank, gray wall, the echo of a fear so deep it had become a reflex. She couldn't trust reflections anymore. She couldn't trust anything that showed her a version of the world. She returned to the main room to find Thorne examining a large, wall-mounted map of the city. It was overlaid with a complex web of lines and symbols. "I'm running a diagnostic of the local resonance field," he said without turning. The blank's activity and the subsequent core failure created a massive spike in extra-dimensional energy. It's like a lightning strike. The primary charge is gone, but the air is still full of static electricity. The entire city is sensitized. "You mean there could be more of them?" Joyce asked, her voice flat. "More monsters?" "Not necessarily, but the conditions are ripe for new incursions," he replied. He tapped a section of the map in the city's old quarter. A small red light began to blink. There, a low-level but persistent anomaly, a Type 2 perhaps, or something weaker, a haunting, as the common vernacular would call it. He looked at her, his expression unreadable. "You are exhausted, traumatized. You are experiencing symptoms consistent with acute post-traumatic stress. By all medical and psychological metrics, you should be sedated and under observation." "Is that a diagnosis, doctor?" Joyce shot back, a spark of her old fire returning. "It is an observation," he corrected, "and it is followed by another. Despite your trauma, you are the most valuable asset I have. Your encounter with the blank has attuned you. You are a human resonance detector. You will perceive these things on a level I can only measure with instruments. The question is, what do you want to do now?" The choice was still there. He was giving her another out. She could rest. She could try to piece together a life. But the image of the perfect paramedics, the lure for the next unsuspecting victim, was burned into her mind. "I want to know what we're facing," she said. A flicker of something, respect, perhaps, passed through Thorne's eyes. He nodded and turned back to his console. The anomaly is centered on an old brownstone in the historical district. The source of the resonance appears to be technological, pre-digital, an analog signal. He brought up a city records file on one of the monitors. It was a photo of a kind-faced, bearded man in his late 60s, standing proudly next to a massive ham radio setup. Robert Bob Miller, a retired electrical engineer and a licensed amateur radio operator. He's been a fixture in the community for 40 years. 6 days ago, he made his last broadcast. According to his neighbors, no one has seen him since. They say his radio, however, has not fallen silent. "What do they hear?" Joyce asked, a cold feeling spreading through her. "Depends on when they listen," Thorne said, scrolling through a log of reports from other radio enthusiasts who had picked up the signal. "Sometimes it's just static. Sometimes it's music, old songs from the 40s, and sometimes—" He stopped scrolling. He turned to look at her. "They hear a man's voice whispering the same phrase over and over." "What does it say?" Thorne's gaze was steady. "It says, 'Is there anybody out there? I'm so sorry. I think I let something in.'" The words hung in the dusty air of the archive, a desperate plea from a ghost on the airwaves. It was a small, sad story, a world away from the cosmic horror of the hungering blank. But Joyce knew better. In this new world, there was no such thing as a small horror. They were all just doors to the same vast, hungry darkness. She walked over to the small kitchen alcove and began to brew a pot of coffee. The simple, familiar ritual was an act of defiance, a claim on a small piece of her old self. The dark, bitter aroma filled the air. She poured 2 mugs, the ceramic warm in her trembling hands. She brought one to Thorne. He took it, his eyebrows raising in surprise. "Thank you." "We'll need it," Joyce said, taking a deep sip from her own mug. The heat was a welcome shock, a grounding sensation. "When do we start?" Thorne looked from the blinking red light on his map to the determined, haunted face of the woman standing before him. He had his answer. The debriefing was over. "We go," he said, "at sundown." Chapter 15. The Voice in the Static. Sundown painted the sky in bruised shades of purple and orange. As Thorne's nondescript sedan rolled through the quiet, tree-lined streets of Northgate's historical district. The houses here were old and proud, brownstones and Victorians with deep porches and stained glass windows. It was a portrait of peaceful, small-town America. Joyce stared out the window, seeing not the charming architecture, but the deep shadows pooling between the houses. The way the tree branches looked like grasping fingers against the dying light. Every familiar shape now held a potential for menace. They left Mr. Finch at the archive, still sleeping peacefully on the gurney, the climate-controlled silence of the room his temporary sanctuary. Thorne had assured her the facility was secure, shielded against any form of incursion. Joyce wasn't so sure anything was truly secure anymore. Robert Miller's house was at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. It was a handsome, 2-story brownstone, but a subtle air of neglect already clung to it. The lawn was a little too long. A newspaper sat yellowing on the front step, and the windows were dark, lifeless eyes. "No direct approach," Thorne said, parking the car a block away. "We observe first." From the trunk he retrieved a briefcase. He opened it to reveal not weapons but instruments. One was a handheld device with a needle gauge and a small satellite dish. Resonance meter, he explained. It measures dimensional friction. The blank would have sent this needle into the red. Here I'm expecting a much subtler reading. He handed her a pair of high-tech headphones attached to a small amplifier. Parabolic microphone with a biofrequency filter. You might hear things I can't. They approached the house from the rear, moving through the overgrown backyards of the neighboring properties. The house was dark, silent. The resonance meter in Thorne's hand twitched, its needle quivering slightly in the low end of the scale. The anomaly was real but weak. They found a back door leading to a small, cluttered kitchen. The lock was old, and Thorne bypassed it in seconds with a thin piece of metal. They slipped inside, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and dust. The house was a shrine to a life lived. Framed photos on the walls showed a smiling Bob Miller with his late wife, on fishing trips, at birthday parties. It was a stark, painful reminder of the normal world they were fighting for. The source of the anomaly was in the basement. A faint, rhythmic crackling sound was audible from behind a closed door. Thorne held up a hand, motioning for Joyce to put on the headphones. She slipped them over her ears. The sound was instantly magnified. It was the sound of radio static, a soft, rushing hiss. But underneath it, Joyce could hear something else. A faint, rhythmic pattern, a whisper. She strained to listen, adjusting the gain on the amplifier. The whisper was too faint to make out the words, but it was there, a human voice buried deep in the noise. Thorne gave her a questioning look. She nodded. He opened the basement door. The static grew louder. They descended the creaky wooden stairs into a large, unfinished basement. The room was dominated by an enormous ham radio setup, a massive console of glowing dials, vacuum tubes, and tangled wires that took up an entire wall. This was Bob Miller's sanctuary. The main transmitter was on, a single green light glowing on its panel. The sound of static filled the room, emanating from a large speaker. In the center of the room, a reel-to-reel tape recorder was slowly turning, its spools almost empty. There was no sign of Bob Miller. The resonance is strongest around the primary antenna lead, Thorne whispered, his meter's needle now twitching more erratically. He followed a thick, black cable from the back of the radio to a point where it passed through the foundation wall, leading to the massive antenna in the backyard. Joyce walked toward the radio, drawn by the whispering in her headphones. She could almost make out the words now. Sorry, so sorry. In. She noticed a logbook lying open on the desk next to the radio. The last entry was dated 6 days ago. The handwriting was shaky, frantic. Signal came through on the 40-meter band. Very weak, sounded like a distress call, old-fashioned. Like a numbers station, tried to boost the signal, something came back, not a voice, a feeling. Cold, it's in the wires now, in the static. I can hear it even when the radio is off. It whispers, it knows my name, it knows Helen's name. Joyce felt a chill run down her spine. Helen was his late wife. She looked at the reel-to-reel tape recorder. It was still recording, capturing the endless static. She wondered what was on the rest of the tape. She reached out and flipped the switch from record to play. The slow turning of the reels stopped. There was a click. Then from the speaker a voice. It was Bob Miller's. It was clear, terrified, and heartbreakingly real. Log entry, day 2, I can't turn it off. I unplugged it, I cut the power at the breaker, but it's still on. The green light won't go out. The static, it's getting louder. The whispering is clearer. It's promising things. It says it can let me talk to Helen. I know it's a lie. It has to be a lie. The tape hissed for a moment. Then his voice again, weaker this time. Day 4, I haven't slept. The voice isn't just in the radio anymore. It's in the plumbing, in the telephone. It called me last night. When I picked up, it was Helen's voice. She was crying, asking why I hadn't joined her yet. I told it to leave me alone. It laughed. The sound was like shattering glass. Thorne had moved to her side, his face grim as he listened to the dead man's final testament. The tape continued. Day 6, I made a mistake. I was so lonely. I asked it to prove it was her, to tell me something only she would know. The name of the stray dog we fed that winter, and it knew. It said his name, Scraps. I answered it. I spoke back to the voice. And the moment I did, I felt it, a hook in my mind. It's pulling me in, into the static, into the signal. I'm fatting. If anyone finds this, don't answer. For God's sake, don't ever answer. The recording ended. The tape ran out, the empty spool turning with a soft, flapping sound. Joyce's heart hammered in her chest. Scraps, the same name as the cat in the hospital basement. Was it a coincidence? Or was the entity, this signal ghost, connected to the same dark web of reality as the blank? A sudden, loud burst of static erupted from the radio, making them both jump. The green light on the console flared brightly. The rhythmic whispering Joyce had heard in her headphones was now coming clearly from the speaker, no longer buried in the noise. Sorry, so sorry, in. Then the whisper changed. It coalesced into a clear, steady voice, a voice that Joyce knew all too well. It was the calm, friendly, reassuring voice of the security guard she had shared coffee with just last night. Joyce, the voice of Marcus Cole said from the radio. Joyce, are you there? It's me. It's Marcus. I'm lost. It's so dark in here. Can you hear me? Please, answer me. Joyce froze, her blood turning to ice. It couldn't be. Marcus was gone, erased. This was a trick, a lure, a different kind of type 4, an auditory one. She knew it was a lie. But the voice was perfect. It held all of his warmth, his kindness, and it was filled with a terrible, desperate fear. Thorne looked at her, his face a mask of alarm. Joyce, no, it's an echo. It's feeding on your memories of him. It's a trap. She knew he was right, but hearing that familiar voice, so full of pain, tore at her. A part of her, a foolish, hopeful, grieving part, wanted to answer, to offer a word of comfort. Joyce, please, the voice of Marcus pleaded from the static, a heartbreaking sob catching in his throat. Don't leave me here, just say my name. Let me know you're there. The radio hummed, waiting for a reply. The entire house seemed to hold its breath. The signal ghost had laid its bait, and it was waiting for her to take it. Chapter 16, Dead Air. The voice of Marcus Cole filled the dusty basement, a perfect phantom woven from static and memory. It was a siren song of grief, calibrated to shatter Joyce's hard-won composure. Every instinct screamed that it was a trap, a sophisticated lure designed by the new, insidious entity they were facing. But her heart, a foolish and rebellious organ, ached to respond. "Joyce, don't!" Thorne's voice was a low, urgent command beside her. He recognized the profound danger of the moment. The signal ghost didn't need to break down the door. It was picking the lock on her soul. Joyce squeezed her eyes shut, the plea from the radio echoing in her mind. "Just say my name." A simple request. A devastating weapon. She could feel the hook of it, the terrible temptation to offer comfort to the ghost of her friend, even if it wasn't real. Especially because it wasn't real. She opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the microphone sitting on the desk next to the radio. It was an old, heavy, chrome device. It looked like it was waiting for her. "It's not him," she whispered, as much to convince herself as Thorne. "Of course it's not," Thorne affirmed. "It's a recording of your memory of him played back by an entity that weaponizes nostalgia. It's analyzing your emotional response. It's waiting for you to complete the circuit, to engage. That's how it got Miller," he answered. The voice from the radio spoke again, its tone shifting, becoming more desperate, more panicked. "I can't see. Where am I, Joyce? I can hear something else in here with me. Something. Hungry." It was a master class in psychological warfare. It was using her own recent trauma against her, mirroring the fears she had just survived. The entity wasn't just replaying a memory. It was improvising, adapting its lure in real time. Joyce took a step back from the radio, putting physical distance between herself and the voice. "What do we do? We can't just leave it here, fishing for people on the radio waves." "We need to disrupt the signal," Thorne said, his mind already shifting from defense to offense. He pointed at the massive radio console. "This equipment is old but powerful. It's acting as the entity's amplifier, its megaphone into our world. Miller boosted the original signal, and the entity piggybacked on the carrier wave, infecting the entire system. We need to sever its connection." He began examining the back of the console, his flashlight beam tracing the tangled mess of wires and vacuum tubes. "We can't just cut the power. We already know that doesn't work. We need to create a feedback loop. Overload the transmitter with a chaotic, unpredictable signal that the entity cannot process or absorb." While Thorne worked, Joyce kept her eyes on the radio, a silent sentinel standing guard against the voice of her dead friend. The pleas continued, each one more heartbreaking than the last. It spoke of his crossword puzzles, of his daughter's upcoming graduation, of the coffee he shared with Joyce. It was mining her memories, stripping them of their warmth and turning them into weapons. With each word, she felt a piece of her own grief being twisted and made ugly. "I need a signal source," Thorne said, pulling a handful of wires from the back of the console. "Something analog and complex, something full of human imperfection." His eyes scanned the basement, passing over old tools and boxes of junk. His gaze landed on the reel-to-reel tape recorder. "That," he said. "What's on the rest of the tapes?" Joyce went to a dusty cardboard box next to the desk. It was filled with dozens of old audio reels. The labels were handwritten in Bob Miller's neat script. Holiday hits, 78, jazz classics, Helen singing in the garden. Joyce's breath caught in her throat. She picked up the last box. Helen singing, the memory of his late wife. The very thing the entity had first used as a lure against Miller. "This one," she said, her voice thick with emotion. She handed the box to Thorne. He looked at the label and a flicker of understanding crossed his face. "Poetic," he murmured, fighting an echo with an echo. He worked quickly, threading the old tape onto the machine. He bypassed the internal speaker and began splicing the tape player's output directly into the primary input of the ham radio's transmitter. "I'm going to feed the raw, unamplified audio of this recording directly into the carrier wave. The entity is expecting a simple, direct response from you. It's not expecting a complex, layered piece of human history, full of love and loss and imperfect pitch. It will be indigestible." "Joyce, I'm scared," the radio whispered with Marcus's voice. Joyce hardened her heart. She walked to the microphone and keyed it on. The green light on the radio flared, anticipating her voice. Thorne finished the last connection. "Ready," he said. He hit play on the tape recorder. Instead of speaking, Joyce held the microphone up to the speaker of the tape player. A woman's voice, fragile and gentle, filled the basement. It was thin, recorded on old equipment, full of pops and hisses. She was singing an old folk song, her voice not perfect, occasionally flat but filled with a genuine, unvarnished warmth. It was the sound of a happy woman singing to herself in a garden on a sunny afternoon decades ago. It was the sound of real, flawed, beautiful humanity. The voice of Marcus from the radio stopped. The gentle singing continued for a moment, an island of simple peace in the charged atmosphere of the room. Then, the radio began to react. A low, discordant hum started, underpinning the woman's voice. The green light on the console began to flicker erratically. The static returned, louder than before, trying to smother the song. Then a new voice came from the speaker. It was no longer Marcus. It was a chaotic chorus of voices, dozens, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once. Voices from old radio plays, from forgotten news broadcasts, from other lonely operators calling out into the night. It was the cacophony of every signal the entity had ever touched, all being regurgitated at once. "It's rejecting the data," Thorne yelled over the din. "It can't categorize her voice. It's not a plea, it's not a command, it's just a memory. It's causing a system crash." The humming from the console intensified into a painful shriek. The vacuum tubes on the panel began to glow a furious, cherry red, overheating. The chorus of voices from the speaker dissolved into a single, piercing tone of pure electronic feedback. With a loud pop, the main vacuum tube on the transmitter exploded, showering the console with tiny fragments of glass. The green light died. The shrieking tone cut out. A silence. The basement was plunged into a sudden, deafening quiet. The only sound was the soft, gentle whir of the tape player, Helen Miller's singing voice, now the only thing left in the room. Thorne checked his resonance meter. The needle, which had been twitching frantically, was now still, completely still. "The signal is gone," he breathed. "The connection is severed. We did it." Joyce reached out and keyed off the microphone. She let the tape play for a moment longer, a small, sad tribute to the two lonely people who had been victims of this strange, new predator. Then, she gently stopped the machine. They stood in the quiet basement, the air thick with the smell of burnt electronics and old ghosts. They had won, but it was a hollow victory. The house was just a house again. The radio was just a broken machine. But Robert Miller was still gone, erased by a voice in the static. "Will it come back?" Joyce asked, her voice weary. "This one, unlikely," Thorne said. "We destroyed its anchor point, but the phenomenon itself, the ability of an entity to haunt a signal, that is a new variable, a new type of threat." He looked around the basement at the monument to a dead man's hobby. The world is full of signals, radio waves, cell phone networks, the internet. Billions of voices calling out into the void every second. A new, vast, and terrifying landscape of potential horrors opened up in Joyce's mind. The hungering blank was a creature of place, but this thing was a creature of communication. It could be anywhere. It could be listening to anything. "What about him?" Joyce asked, her gaze falling on the logbook, the final, desperate words of Bob Miller. "Is he just gone?" Thorne was silent for a moment. He walked to the dead radio and placed a hand on its cold metal casing. "In my experience," he said, his voice unusually soft, "nothing is ever truly gone. Everything leaves an echo, a remnant, a whisper in the static." He looked at Joyce, his expression grim. "He's not gone. He's just on a different frequency now." The thought was meant to be a comfort, but it was not. Joyce knew that out there in the infinite, silent ocean of dead air, the ghosts of the lost were drifting, and other, stranger things were listening for their calls. She picked up the headphones from the desk, her hands steady now. She had a job to do. She had to learn how to listen back. Chapter 17. The New Frequency. They left the Miller house as they found it, a silent monument to a quiet tragedy. The sun had long set, and the darkness that greeted them outside felt different. It was no longer just the absence of light. It was a medium, a carrier wave for things unseen. Every flickering streetlight, every distant siren, every whisper of wind now seemed like a potential signal, a voice trying to break through from the other side. The drive back to the archive was silent. Joyce stared out the window, watching the city's network of lights flow past. It was a vast, interconnected web of energy and information, a nervous system, and they had just encountered a new kind of virus, one that traveled along its pathways. When they returned, the first thing Joyce did was check on Mr. Finch. He was still in his deep, healing sleep, his chest rising and falling in a steady, peaceful rhythm. He was the anchor, the living proof that their fight mattered. He was the patient they had managed to save. Thorne went straight to his central console, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He downloaded the data from his resonance meter and began cross-referencing it with the audio they had recorded. Diagrams and equations filled the screens. He was a man possessed, dissecting the ghost they had just exorcised. "Fascinating," he muttered, more to himself than to her. "The entity's resonance signature is almost identical to that of a naturally occurring EVP electronic voice phenomenon, but it has an active, predatory intelligence. It doesn't just repeat phrases, it learns. It adapts. It mimics not just the voice but the psychological profile of its target's memories. You mean it knew Marcus would be the perfect bait for me, Joyce said, her voice flat. Precisely, Thorne confirmed, turning to her. It sifted through your ambient psychic energy, found the memory with the most potent emotional charge, grief, guilt, affection, and weaponized it. It's a carrion bird that feeds on unresolved sorrow. The clinical description was brutal, but it was also freeing. It stripped the entity of its emotional power over her, reducing it to a mere predator with a predictable hunting pattern. There will be others, Joyce stated. It wasn't a question. There will be others, Thorne agreed. He gestured to the vast library of books and archival boxes that surrounded them. For centuries, humanity has recorded stories of ghosts in the machine, voices from disconnected phones, faces in television static. We dismissed it as folklore, as technical glitches. We were wrong. We were documenting a species. He walked to one of the shelves and pulled down a heavy, leather-bound book. He blew a layer of dust from its cover. The title was embossed in faded gold leaf, a treatise on sympathetic resonance and etheric transmission. "This is the work of the pioneers," he said, his voice holding a note of reverence. "The original researchers, not scientists in labs but mystics, telegraph operators, and lonely inventors in their basements who stumbled upon the truth. They didn't have my instruments, but they understood the principles. They knew that certain frequencies, certain machines, could act as doorways." He opened the book. The pages were filled with hand-drawn diagrams of strange antennas, complex wiring schematics for crystal radios, and page after page of dense, esoteric text. The hospital was a cage designed to contain a monster of place, Thorne said, his eyes scanning the ancient text. But this new threat is a monster of frequency. It isn't bound by geography. To fight it, we can't just build stronger walls. We have to learn to control the airwaves. He looked up from the book, his gaze meeting Joyce's across the room. In that moment, she understood. Her role was not just to be his partner, his human resonance detector. It was to be his student. "I was a technician," she said softly. "I know machines, I know signals." "You know more than that," Thorne countered. "You know how to listen. You survived the blank, you interfaced with the core, you felt the signal ghost's hook and you did not let it pull you in. You have a rare and valuable immunity. I can teach you the science, the theory, but I cannot teach you the instinct you already possess." He closed the book and placed it on the central workstation, a silent offering, a curriculum. A new chapter of her life was beginning, one she could never have imagined. Her quiet, orderly world had been erased, but in its place was a new, terrifying, and vital purpose. The world was full of static, and in that static, countless voices were crying out, lost, and other, darker things were answering their calls. Joyce Gable, the former MRI technician, was going to learn how to become a switchboard operator for the damned. She would stand between the lost signals and the hungry silence. It was an impossible job, a lonely vigil on a frequency no one else knew existed. She looked at Thorne, then at the sleeping form of Mr. Finch, and finally at the ancient book on the console. A deep, weary resolve settled over her. She was tired. She was broken, but she was not gone. She walked to the workstation, picked up the heavy book, and opened it to the first page. "All right, doctor," she said, her voice clear and steady in the quiet of the archive. "Let's get to work." Chapter 18: The Known and the Unknown. The days that followed settled into a strange, new rhythm. The archive became their monastery, a sanctuary of paper and humming electronics sealed against a world that had become fundamentally untrustworthy. Joyce slept in a small, Spartan cot Thorne had set up, but her sleep was a shallow, restless state, punctuated by dreams of static and endless, empty corridors. She found she felt more alert, more herself, during the long hours of the night, a remnant of her 30 years on the night shift that now felt less like a habit and more like a biological imperative. She devoured Thorne's library. She read the esoteric theories of the early etheric researchers, her technician's mind finding a strange logic in their mad schematics. She cross-referenced their mystical treatises with Thorne's modern, data-driven research, bridging the gap between the poetic and the practical. She learned about dimensional friction, resonance cascades, and the spectral classifications of dozens of entity types. The knowledge was a shield, a way to put a name and a number to the horrors she had witnessed. A Type 3 consumes, a Type 4 replicates, a signal ghost mimics. These were the new rules of her universe. Thorne, for his part, was a relentless teacher. He was demanding, clinical, and possessed of a patience that bordered on inhuman. He taught her to recalibrate the resonance meters, to read the swirling, chaotic data on his monitors, and to distinguish between a genuine anomalous signal and simple background radiation. He treated her not as a survivor to be coddled, but as a new instrument that needed to be tuned. Their quietest and most constant companion was Mr. Finch. He remained in his deep, unresponsive sleep. Thorne had hooked him up to a series of medical monitors, and his vital signs were stable, his brain activity showing the deep, slow waves of a non-REM sleep cycle. He was, as Thorne put it, rebooting his entire operating system. They took turns caring for him, cleaning him, and ensuring his IV drip remained steady. His silent, peaceful presence was a constant, tangible reminder of their unqualified success. One evening, while Joyce was poring over a complex diagram of a resonance sink, Thorne approached her, holding 2 steaming mugs of coffee. It was a gesture that had become a part of their routine, a silent acknowledgement of their strange partnership. "I have completed the analysis of St. Jude's," he said, his voice cutting through the quiet hum of the archive. Joyce looked up and, "It's a dead zone," he said, pulling up a satellite image of the hospital on a large monitor. The image was overlaid with a heat map of dimensional energy. The hospital itself was a deep, cold blue, a void. The core's emergency lockdown is holding. It has become a pocket of immense null energy. Nothing can get in and nothing can get out. The echoes we encountered, the surgical team, the corrupted creatures, are trapped in there, caged with the lingering remnants of the blank. "So it's contained," Joyce said, a small wave of relief washing over her. "For now," Thorne cautioned. "A cage is only a cage as long as no one opens the door. I have, flagged the facility on certain government watch lists. It will be condemned, cordoned off. A toxic spill, a chemical leak, a mundane explanation for a problem they cannot possibly comprehend. He took a sip of his coffee. The more pressing issue is the secondary resonance. The energy spike from the blank's defeat didn't just vanish. It propagated, like the ripples from a stone thrown into a pond. He brought up another map, this one of the entire state. A dozen small, red lights now blinked across its surface. These are all low-level events, weak signals, reports of strange lights, odd sounds, localized cold spots, the kind of thing that would normally be dismissed. But now we know they are symptoms, Joyce finished for him. The lightning strike. Precisely. The state's dimensional membrane has been tenderized. It's more pliable, more susceptible to minor incursions. He zoomed in on a blinking light in a rural, heavily forested area about 100 miles north of the city. This one, however, is different. The energy signature is not weak, and it is not new. It is an old, stable anomaly that has recently become active again, agitated by the ripple. What is it? Thorne typed a command, and a series of black and white photographs appeared on the screen. They showed a group of men in old-fashioned work clothes from the 1930s, standing proudly in front of the entrance to a mine. The sign above them read, Black Creek Coal Company Mine No. 7. The Black Creek Mine, Thorne said. It was shut down in 1934 after a catastrophic accident. A methane explosion followed by a total collapse. 212 miners were trapped and killed. Their bodies were never recovered. The mine was deemed structurally unsound and was sealed with concrete. He pulled up a newspaper clipping from the time. The headline read, Miners heard screaming for WEKS rescue, EFFORTS abandoned. The official report states that the sounds were seismic settling and escaping gas pockets, Thorne continued. But the local folklore tells a different story. They say the company mined too deep, that they broke into something they shouldn't have, a cave, a chamber, something ancient and wrong. And now it's waking up, Joyce said, the now familiar feeling of cold dread settling in her stomach. Its energy signature has increased by 500% in the last 48 hours, Thorne confirmed. Local authorities have received reports from hikers and hunters of strange, deep, rhythmic banging sounds coming from the direction of the old mine, and people have started to go missing. He brought up two recent missing person reports. A young couple who had gone hiking on a nearby trail and never returned. An experienced hunter who had been found wandering in the woods, his mind wiped clean, unable to remember his own name, suffering from what the local doctors called a fugue state. Joyce looked at the man's photo. His eyes were empty, vacant. She knew that look. It was the look of someone who had been touched by the void. This isn't a signal ghost, she said. This feels like the blank. The signature has some similarities, Thorne admitted. The memory consumption, the spatial distortion, but it is different. The blank was invasive, chaotic, alien. This feels elemental, terrestrial, like a natural force that has been disturbed. He shut down the monitors, and the archive was plunged back into its quiet, dusty silence. The unspoken question hung in the air between them. "We have a responsibility to the unknown," Thorne said, his voice soft, almost a whisper. It was the closest he ever came to a moral declaration. Joyce looked over at Mr. Finch, their quiet sentinel. They had saved him, but what about the hunter with the empty eyes? What about the couple who had vanished from the trail? Their work wasn't about sealing away the past. It was about facing the present. "What kind of equipment do we need," she asked, "for a mine?" Chapter 19. The Sound from the Ground. The drive north was a journey from one world to another. The concrete and steel of the city gave way to rolling farmland, which in turn dissolved into the dense, brooding forests of the state's northern territories. The trees grew thick and tall here, their branches forming a dense canopy that plunged the road into a perpetual twilight, even at midday. It was a land of old secrets and long shadows. Thorne had packed the sedan with equipment, not just his usual array of resonance meters and sensors, but more practical gear: high-powered flashlights, climbing ropes, breathing masks, and a heavy, gasoline-powered generator. He had also, to Joyce's surprise, packed a large, steel case containing 2 high-caliber pistols and several boxes of ammunition. "You expect to shoot at it?" she had asked, her hand hovering over the cold, heavy steel of one of the guns. "A Type 4 replicant or a signal ghost has no physical body to shoot," Thorne had replied, his tone as matter-of-fact as if he were discussing the weather. "But whatever is in that mine is a physical terrestrial entity. It caused a mine to collapse. It is a thing of rock and pressure and force. A sufficiently powerful kinetic impact might have an effect, and if not," he had patted the case, "it is better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it." The logic was undeniable, but the weight of the gun in Joyce's hand felt like a profound and terrible failure. They were no longer just observers and technicians. They were becoming soldiers in a war no one else could see. They found the site of the old Black Creek mine deep in the woods, miles from any paved road. A rusted, chain-link fence, mostly collapsed, was all that marked the perimeter. A faded, peeling sign warned of unstable ground and dangerous gases. The entrance to the mine was a horrifying spectacle. It was not a clean, concrete seal as the records had stated. It looked like a giant, concrete scab on the side of the hill, a rough, ugly plug that had been crudely poured decades ago. But the scab had been picked at. Large chunks of the concrete were broken away, and a dark, man-sized opening had been cleared at the base of the seal. Fresh tracks in the mud around the opening showed that people had been going in and out. "Thrill seekers," Thorne muttered with disgust. "Or worse." He knelt and examined the broken concrete. "This wasn't done with tools. The fracture patterns are wrong. This was broken from the inside, pushing out." The rhythmic banging that had been reported was not the sound of something trying to get out. It was the sound of something succeeding. They donned their gear. Thorne handed Joyce a device that looked like a modified headset. "This will monitor your biosigns and allow us to communicate without shouting. It also contains a low-level psychic dampener. It might provide some protection against any mimetic or cognitive attacks." As Joyce put on the headset, a wave of dizziness washed over her. The world seemed to tilt for a second, and a low, dissonant hum filled her ears. It was the sound of the anomaly, a deep, foundational wrongness in the earth itself. The dampener kicked in and the sensation lessened, but it didn't go away. It was a constant, low-level pressure at the base of her skull. They entered the mine. The air was instantly cold, damp, and heavy, with the smell of wet rock and decay. The beam of Thorn's flashlight cut a path through the oppressive darkness, revealing the rough-hewn rock walls of the mine shaft. The floor was littered with debris, rotted wooden timbers, rusted pieces of mining equipment, and the modern trash of beer cans and graffiti left by recent visitors. The shaft descended at a steep angle into the earth. As they walked deeper, the sounds of the outside world vanished, replaced by a profound and claustrophobic silence. The only noises were the crunch of their boots on the gravel and their own amplified breathing in their headsets. Resonance is increasing exponentially, Thorn's voice crackled in her ear. The source is still a long way down. They walked for what felt like an hour, the tunnel twisting and turning. They passed collapsed side tunnels and abandoned carts, their wheels seized with rust. The walls were covered in a strange, pale fungus that seemed to glow with a faint, sickly phosphorescence. Then they found the first body. It was one of the missing hikers, a young woman in modern hiking gear. She was not mangled or broken. She was sitting against the wall of the mine, her eyes wide open, staring at nothing. Her skin was pale, her expression utterly vacant. She was a hollowed-out shell, just like the hunter from the report. She had been touched by the same thing. A few yards further on, they found her boyfriend. He was in the same condition, a silent, empty statue in the eternal dark. They answered the call, Joyce whispered, her voice tight. It seems this entity uses a similar lure to the signal ghost, Thorn mused. But what is the call? A voice, a sound. As if in answer, a low, rhythmic sound began to echo from the depths of the mine. It wasn't a banging, not yet. It was a deep, resonant thrum, like a colossal drum being beaten slowly, miles away. It was a sound that you felt in your chest cavity more than you heard with your ears. The thrumming grew steadily louder as they descended. The air grew colder. The phosphorescent fungus on the walls pulsed in time with the rhythmic sound. The mine was breathing. They came to a massive, collapsed section of the tunnel, a wall of fallen rock and earth that should have been impassable. But a narrow, winding path had been cleared through the rubble, a path that was clearly not natural. "Someone has been digging," Thorn stated, his flashlight beam illuminating the freshly moved rocks. "Or something." They navigated the treacherous path and emerged into an older section of the mine. The construction here was different. The walls were not rough-hewn rock, but were lined with dark, perfectly cut stone blocks that seemed to absorb the light. Ancient, unrecognizable symbols were carved into their surface. "This is not a coal mine," Thorn said, his voice filled with a stunned reverence. "This is something else, something much, much older. The mining company didn't build this. They broke into it." The rhythmic thrumming was deafening now. It was coming from just around the next bend. Thorn held up a hand, signaling a halt. He switched his flashlight to a low-intensity red beam and motioned for Joyce to do the same. They crept to the edge of the corridor, and peered around the corner. They were looking into a vast, spherical cavern. The entire chamber glowed with the pale, sickly light of the fungus that coated its walls. In the center of the cavern was a sight of such profound and geological horror that Joyce's mind struggled to comprehend it. It was a heart, a colossal stone heart, easily 50 feet high. It was not a sculpture. It was a living geological organ formed of dark, crystalline rock. Massive, vein-like structures, thick as subway tunnels, snaked from it, disappearing into the walls and floor of the cavern. And it was beating. With each deep, resonant thrum, the stone heart contracted, the crystalline plates of its surface grinding against each other. With each beat, the fungus on the walls pulsed with light. It was the heart of the mountain, the heart of the earth itself. It was the source of the anomaly. But that was not the most horrifying part. Dozens of people were crawling over the surface of the heart. They were the other missing locals, the thrill seekers, the lost souls who had answered the call. Their movements were slow, jerky, robotic. They were carrying pickaxes and sledgehammers, and with each beat of the heart, they swung their tools in a synchronized, mindless rhythm, striking the surface of the stone organ. Thrum, clang. Thrum, clang. They were trying to break it. They were trying to crack open the heart of the world. And standing at the base of the heart, directing their efforts with a slow, deliberate gesture, was a figure. It was tall and thin, wearing the tattered, coal-stained clothes of a 1930s miner. Its face was a pale, emotionless mask. Its eyes glowed with the same faint, phosphorescent light as the fungus on the walls. "The foreman," Thorne breathed, his voice a ghost in her ear. "The first one to be taken, the original echo. It's not trying to get out, it's trying to wake it up." Chapter 20. The Heartbeat of the World. The cavern was a cathedral of geologic horror. The rhythmic thrum of the colossal stone heart was a physical force, a wave of pressure that pulsed through the ground and into Joyce's bones. The synchronized clang of the miners' tools was the sound of a slow, deliberate desecration. They were not just miners. They were acolytes, their bodies enslaved to the will of the pale foreman at the base of the heart. "What is he?" Joyce whispered into her headset, her eyes fixed on the glowing figure. "An echo, a ghost." "Neither." Thorne's voice was tense, analytical. "He is a conductor, a rare Type 5 entity. It doesn't consume or replicate, it attunes. It synchronizes the biofrequencies of living organisms to a single dominant resonance. In this case, the heartbeat of this telluric organ." He shone his flashlight beam, now filtered to an almost invisible infrared, at the miners. "Look at their eyes. They are not empty like the blank's victims. They are focused, enraptured. They are not being controlled against their will. Their will has been completely subsumed by the conductor." "He's using them to break the heart," Joyce said. "No," Thorne corrected. "He is using them to perform a rhythm, a percussive ritual. The heart is not the entity, it's the cage. They are not trying to break it. They are trying to perform the specific sequence of vibrations that will unlock it." The foreman, the conductor, seemed to sense their presence. It slowly turned its head, its phosphorescent eyes fixing on their hiding spot at the edge of the cavern. It raised a pale, slender hand and pointed directly at them. The mindless miners did not stop their rhythmic work, but something else did. From the shadows at the edge of the cavern, other figures began to emerge. These were not the recent victims. They were gaunt, skeletal shapes, their bodies clad in the tattered, rotted remains of 1930s mining clothes. Their eye sockets were empty, dark pits, but from within them glowed the same pale, fungal light. They were the original 212 miners, the first victims, the conductor's honor guard. They began to shamble toward Joyce and Thorne, their movements stiff but unnervingly fast. They were silent, their feet making no sound on the rocky ground. Thorne didn't hesitate. He drew his pistol, the heavy, dark metal, a stark, modern intrusion in this ancient place. "Kinetic impact is our only option," he yelled, his voice cutting through the thrumming. "Aim for the head, disrupt the connection to the conductor." He fired. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space, a sharp crack of sound that was utterly alien to the deep, resonant thrum of the heart. The bullet struck one of the skeletal miners in the chest, punching a hole through its rotted overalls but doing nothing to slow its advance. "It has no vital organs," Joyce cried, drawing her own weapon, her hands shaking. "The body is just a vessel," Thorne countered, firing again, this time aiming for the head. The bullet struck the creature's skull. The glowing light in its eye sockets flickered and died, and the skeletal body collapsed into a heap of bone and rotted cloth. It worked. Joyce took aim at another of the advancing figures, the weight of the gun heavy and wrong in her hands. She squeezed the trigger. The recoil jolted her arm, but her shot went true, shattering the skull of another miner. They were forced to retreat back into the tunnel, firing as they went, the skeletal figures pursuing them relentlessly. They were outnumbered, a slow tide of undead miners forcing them back, away from the cavern, away from the heart. "We can't fight them all," Joyce said between shots, "and the ritual is still going on." "We don't have to fight them all," Thorne said, reloading his pistol with practiced speed. "We have to break the conductor's control. We have to introduce a new signal, a new rhythm." He looked around the narrow tunnel, his eyes wild with a desperate idea. He pointed his flashlight at the ceiling. A thick, rusted metal pipe ran along the length of the tunnel, a remnant of the old mine's water drainage system. "The pipe," he yelled over the gunfire. "It runs all the way back to the cavern. It can carry a vibration. We need a new beat, a chaotic one." He holstered his pistol, grabbed a heavy, discarded sledgehammer left by one of the acolytes, and swung it with all his might against the rusted pipe. The resulting clang was a sharp, discordant shriek of metal, a chaotic note in the steady, rhythmic thrumming of the cavern. He hit it again, clang and again clang. He was creating a counter-rhythm, a frantic, desperate beat of pure noise. Joyce understood. She kept firing at the advancing skeletons, providing cover while Thorne hammered out his chaotic song of salvation. In the cavern, the effect was immediate. The mindless miners on the heart faltered. Their synchronized swings became ragged, their rhythm broken by the new, intrusive noise traveling down the pipe. Some of them stopped completely, their heads tilting in confusion. The conductor, the foreman, let out a silent, psychic scream of rage. The pale light in its eyes flared. It turned its attention from Joyce and Thorne to the source of its annoyance, the pipe. It gestured, and a half-dozen of the skeletal miners broke away from the main group and began to shamble back toward the cavern, toward the source of the noise. But more importantly, the conductor itself took a step away from the heart, its focus now entirely on stopping the counter-rhythm. "It's working," Joyce yelled. "It's drawing its attention." "I need to get closer," Thorne said. He handed the sledgehammer to Joyce. "Keep the beat going, don't let it stop no matter what." Before Joyce could object, he ran back toward the cavern, his pistol drawn. Joyce was left alone, hammering the pipe with the heavy sledgehammer, creating a frantic, desperate rhythm, a beacon of chaos in the darkness, while the silent, skeletal dead advanced on her from both directions. Clang, clang, clang. Each impact was a prayer. Each beat was a defiant scream into the ancient darkness. She was no longer a technician. She was a drummer in a war at the center of the earth. Thorne reached the edge of the cavern again. The conductor was now only 50 feet away, its full attention focused on the source of the dissonant noise. Its skeletal guards were closing in on him. Thorne didn't have a clear shot at the conductor's head. He did the last thing the ancient entity would ever expect. He stopped aiming for the monster. He aimed for the cage. He emptied his clip not at the conductor but at the colossal, crystalline heart. The high-caliber bullets designed for stopping power did not bounce off. They burrowed into the strange, crystalline rock, creating spiderwebs of cracks, chipping away small, sharp fragments. The heart reacted. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling. A wave of pure, geological agony washed through the cavern. The thrumming faltered, the rhythm becoming erratic, like a dying heartbeat. The pale fungus on the walls flickered and dimmed. The conductor shrieked, a high, thin sound that was both physical and psychic. It clutched its head, its connection to the heart momentarily severed by the organ's pain. The phosphorescent light in its eyes sputtered. The effect on the enthralled miners was instantaneous. The light in their eyes vanished. They dropped their tools, their bodies slumping. The skeletal miners froze, then crumbled into piles of dust and bone, their animating force gone. The conductor, its power source disrupted, began to decay. Its pale form flickered, its body becoming translucent. It looked at Thorne, its face a mask of shock and hatred. It opened its mouth, and for the first time it spoke, its voice a dry, dusty whisper that spanned 90 years. "You broke the rhythm." Then it dissolved, fading away into nothing, its long watch finally over. The cavern fell silent. The great heart was still, its surface scarred by Thorne's bullets. The deep, resonant thrumming was gone. The world's oldest, most terrible heartbeat had been silenced. Joyce stopped hammering the pipe, the silence rushing in to fill the void. She dropped the heavy sledgehammer and leaned against the tunnel wall, her body trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. Thorne walked slowly back to her, his face pale in the beam of his flashlight. He was out of ammunition, his hands empty. "Is it over?" Joyce asked, her voice barely a whisper. "We have quieted the heart," Thorne said, his voice heavy. "But we have not cured the sickness of this place. We only treated a symptom." He looked back toward the dark, silent cavern. "We woke it up and then we heard it. I suspect it will not forget that." They turned and began the long, slow climb back to the surface, back to the world of sunlight and noise. They had faced another god in the dark and had, against all odds, survived. But Joyce knew that with every victory, they were just mapping out a larger, more terrifying battlefield. They had quieted the heart of the mountain, but the whole world was now listening to their footsteps. Chapter 21. The New Day's Work. Emerging from the mine was like being born into a world of pain. The late morning sun was a physical blow, blindingly bright after the profound darkness. The air, crisp and clean with the scent of pine, felt thin and sharp in their lungs. Every normal sensation was amplified alien. They stood blinking in the light, two ghosts returned to a world that no longer quite fit them. The journey back to the archive was a silent one. There were no words for what they had seen, for what they had done. How do you talk about silencing the heartbeat of the earth? How do you describe the feeling of a dead miner's psychic scream? The chasm between their reality and the reality of the bustling world outside their car windows had become an impassable gulf. When they finally walked through the steel door of the archive, the quiet, climate-controlled air felt like a decompression chamber. The first thing Joyce saw was Mr. Finch. He was sitting up on the edge of the gurney, a blanket wrapped around his shoulders, sipping a cup of tea. He looked old, frail, and tired, but his eyes, when he looked up at them, were perfectly, heartbreakingly clear. The fog was gone. "Albert," Joyce breathed, rushing to his side. "It's good to see you, Joyce," he said, his voice weak but steady. He gave her a small, gentle smile. "I had the most remarkable dream." He looked at Thorne, who was standing back, observing them with a scientist's detached curiosity. "Thank you, both of you, for pulling me out." He seemed to have no memory of the blank, the core, or his own heroic sacrifice. His mind, in its reboot, had paved over the trauma, leaving only a scar of a strange dream and a sense of profound gratitude. It was the kindest lie his own mind could have told him. "It is good to have you back, Mr. Finch," Thorne said, a genuine note of warmth in his voice. Later that day, Thorne made a series of anonymous calls. A few hours later, a private medical transport, paid for with funds from one of Thorne's untraceable accounts, arrived to take Mr. Finch to a quiet, long-term care facility in another state. He would be listed as a John Doe who had recovered from a severe fugue state, a story that was, in its own way, true. Joyce watched him leave, her heart aching with a strange mix of joy and sorrow. He was their one victory, their one rescued soul. He was going back to the normal world, a world they could no longer be a part of. With Mr. Finch gone, the archive felt larger, emptier. The silence was heavier. The reality of their new life settled upon Joyce with an undeniable finality. This was it. This room, this man, this impossible, unending work. She found Thorne at his central workstation, staring at the large map on his monitor. The blinking red light over the Black Creek mine had gone out, but a dozen others still pulsed faintly across the state. "The heart is quiet," he said, not looking at her, "but the ripples continue. The silence it left has created a vacuum, Other things are starting to stir, drawn to the quiet. "There's always another one, isn't there?" Joyce said. It wasn't a question. "There is always another anomaly," he corrected her. "Another puzzle, another equation to be solved." He turned to face her, his expression serious. "The work we did at the mine, your instincts, my science, it was an effective partnership, but it was reactive. We were behind the curve. If we are to continue this, we cannot simply be firefighters. We must become architects. We must build our own containment." He gestured to the vast library around them. "The knowledge is here. The power to create our own resonance sinks, our own psychic dampeners, our own weapons tailored to the specific frequencies of these entities. We have been playing defense. It is time to build a foundation for an offense." He was offering her a future, not a life, not happiness, not peace, but a future, a purpose, a chance to draw a line in the sand against the encroaching darkness. Joyce thought of the quiet satisfaction of her old job, the clean, predictable images of the MRI, the orderly world she had commanded from her little glass room. That world was gone forever. It had been erased by a thing that fed on memories. But a new world had taken its place. A world of ancient books and impossible science, of signal ghosts and telluric hearts. A world where a tired, middle-aged woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with a mad scientist and push back against the things that haunted the static. It was a terrifying world. It was a lonely world. But it was her world now, and it was a world that needed her. She walked over to the workstation and stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the blinking lights on the map. Each light was a story. Each light was a potential victim. Each light was a job to do. "All right, doctor," she said, her voice filled with a weariness that went bone deep, but underscored by a new and unbreakable strength. "Where do we start?" "The end,"